Tate and I were having a conversation together. In the interview, one of the things he said is, it's very hard to earn saint status. What do we mean by this? Joe Rogan is saint status. They try to cancel him. They couldn't do it. Why not, though? Who has Joe's back? Actually, let's say, Jordan Peterson, UFC, Russell Brand, West Takes Back. Now watch what Rogan is doing with WWE. So there's a part where Triple H goes against that. A guy like Tate, he's got to kind of look politically. If Trump was president, you think they would have built that Tate quicker? Bail out the Griner in Russia, bailing out a Tate because messages not his message. Tate and I were having a conversation together. In the interview, one of the things that he said is, it's very hard to earn saint status. What do we mean by this? Joe Rogan is saint status. They try to cancel him. They couldn't do it. Why not, though? Who has Joe's back? Actually, let's say, Jordan Peterson, UFC, Russell Brand, West Takes Back. Hundreds of millions of people, if not billions, but what's their level of influence with after that? Now watch what Logan is doing with WWE. So there's a part of where Triple H and those guys could have his back. A guy like Tate, he's got to kind of look politically. If Trump was president, you think they would have built that Tate quicker? Probably. Biden could have bailed out the Griner in Russia, let alone bailing out a Tate. He doesn't care about Tate's message. Tate's message is not his message. Tate and I were having a conversation together. In the interview, one of the things that he said is, it's very hard to earn saint status. What do we mean by this? Joe Rogan is saint status. They try to cancel him. They couldn't do it. Why not, though? Who has Joe's back? Actually, let's say, Jordan Peterson, UFC, Russell Brand, West Takes Back. Hundreds of millions of people, if not billions, but what's their level of influence with after that? Now watch what Logan is doing with WWE. So there's a part of where Triple H and those guys could have his back. A guy like Tate, he's got to kind of look politically. If Trump was president, you think they would have built that Tate quicker? Probably. Biden could have bailed out the Griner in Russia, let alone bailing out a Tate. He doesn't care about Tate's message. Tate's message is not his message. Tate and I were having a conversation together. In the interview, one of the things that he said is, it's very hard to earn saint status. What do we mean by that? Joe Rogan has saint status. They try to cancel him. They couldn't do it. Why not, though? Who has Joe's back? Actually, let's say, Jordan Peterson, UFC, Russell Brand, West Takes Back. Hundreds of millions of people, if not billions, but what's their level of influence with after that? Now watch what Logan is doing with WWE. So there's a part of where Triple H and those guys could have his back. A guy like Tate, he's got to kind of look politically. If Trump was president, you think they would have built that Tate quicker? Probably. Biden could have bailed out the Griner in Russia, let alone bailing out a Tate. He doesn't care about Tate's message. Tate's message is not his message. Tate and I were having a conversation together. In the interview, certain Captain Spock introduction because this is dead serious. I don't care what you do. Oh, God. Hey, do you realize something? Let me tell you. Yes. It's been a while since we've talked about Cyrax, and most of that has to do with the fact that he has just disappeared. He's gone into hiding. Now, if you browse around on his Facebook and whatever, you'll see copious amounts of AI-generated posts talking about how he's going to win over the trolls and how much more superior he is and yada, yada, yada. But in terms of creating content, as you would like to say, he's just completely disappeared. And there's some rumors, there's some speculations going on as to why that might be happening. One of which, and I thought kind of funny, let's tie two and two together. Chris Chan recently, got kicked out of BronyCon or whatever, and, I thought it would be a nice little tie-in having the internet get shut down, because we talked about in several recent videos, honestly, that some trolls or some group of trolls or whatever's going on, they're going out there and they're knocking down the cable, they're disconnecting the internet, and Sally has been calling the police in regards to that, but in particular, this is the reason why Chance isn't posting it. I think, in particular, he might be getting catfished again, and, we've gone through so many different sagas and so many different arcs with different air quote girlfriends, and we'll talk about what Cassandra, his most recent one, the mall incident, what she's been up to, and if we look back just a couple months, we can see how Chance responded to his previous air quote girlfriend, who may or may not be back in the picture yet again, and how he was responding and how he was moving before he disappeared from the internet, because he just can't take the hate anymore. It's just too much for him to overcome. The same old song and dance, a lot of people will sit there and, I'll be honest, Cyrax has always been one of the people I've looked into from time to time, but ever since the passing of Marty, I feel like he just sort of
Okay.
Excuse me. here before midnight. Come with this message. Door 2, please. Gray. Door. Your house was beautiful. Thank you. Tell us your part in foster homes.
Hey, you're dirty! Take it off now.
Daddy?
You just keep on playing there, buddy. You, lady in white. It is 11:55.
It's gonna blow your mind. Okay.
So this room is reserved for family members only. After you.
Holy shit.
Great-grandfather enjoyed his games. Have a seat.
Do you like to play games? I guess it depends on what we're playing.
I gather you've noticed our family is big on tradition. It all began with a very generous benefactor and this box. After discovering a mutual passion for games of chance, they passed a great many hours playing cards. Great-grandfather whiled away the long hours at sea studying the box until finally, and since that time, we place a blank playing card into the box. Our initiate then has the privilege of drawing the card, and Mr. LeBay will tell us which game to play.
I got chess.
I got old man. What the fuck is old man? Pitch.
So just take out the card.
It is your turn.
What does it say, girl? That's hide and seek. Are we really going to play that? Are you okay?
You get to be the one to hide.
Of course.
That's been fun.
So Mr. LaVale? Mr. LaVale.
The rules are simple. You can hide anywhere inside the house. We then count to 200 and try to find you.
Well, don't you think you have a little bit of an advantage?
Oh, no, we never use the cameras. We always play the games as they wouldn't play in the great-grandfather's time. Always.
So there's no way for me to win, right?
Oh, but you could stay hidden, don't talk.
No, thank you.
We're going to start the count just as soon as we leave, okay?
Okay.
Grace, good luck. Play a game.
Secure. And my choice to raise his weapon.
What the hell is this? How old is this thing?
Here I come.
Alex, honey. Oh, fuck me. How long is this gonna take?
How long does this usually take?
There's nothing usual about this. It's only happened once since I joined the family.
Am I really supposed to know how to use this thing? Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna make a quick pit stop. I got a nervous stomach.
You know I've never liked you, right? Georgie! Georgie! Georgie, I know you're in here.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This is Clara.
Oh,
Well, if she dies, it doesn't count.
of course it does not count. It must be the bride.
Well, what do we do now?
Gonna be okay. Oh, Dad, could you? Oh,
Come on, let's take a walk. Walk it off.
So, what do we do with her?
move her. I don't want Grace to see. Give me the fucking lanterns.
Oh,
Hey,
as it is.
you get the next.
Okay.
Hold on. I need you to put your shoes on right now. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
I mean, why do they kill the bride? I just don't get it. My free time, motherfucker.
Any sign of her?
No, she could be anywhere.
Found her.
Aim for the center of gravity!
I don't know what I'm doing.
I just came to get a drink. I have to call the others. I'll give you a 10-second head start.
Two 1,000.
2.5. 1,000.
She's in the study!
You lost her.
Where is she? I'm afraid you just missed her.
Mr. Ladamas, Mr. Ladamas, I just saw her run.
Oh my god! Ah!
Why does this always happen to me?
Yeah, okay. That's okay. I mean, come on. Let's go take a walk, find you an edible, even you out a little bit. Maybe we'll find the other one that's still alive to clean that shit up.
So, wait. Does that help count? No! Why does everyone keep asking that? We must... We must...
and we are so.
Calm down. What's the problem? We should use the security cameras. Jesus.
Your man always gets lost in the details. Open doors. Open fucking doors. I'm afraid I can't do that. The ammunition is display only. How did you really think I would be stupid enough? Fuck yeah! She's in here! Open the goddamn door!
Will you fucking leave her alone? God damn me! That's my wife!
Alex, you don't have to do this. Alex.
She gotta help me. She's everything to me. We'll get her. Please. Call it.
Oh, fuck it, who cares?
Dale, you take that. Wait. I gotta get my gun.
Just come back for it.
What's going on? Okay. Look, I'm gonna wait. Mr. Motomasi just like the way it's okay, this whole place is. Yeah, because I forget to make it out looking for you, so come on. Please, she's over here! Georgie? Oh, thank God. Okay. Okay, listen, I know this is really risky, but I got you. I got you, bitch. She's outside, running towards the north fence.
Hey, so at what point do we just cut and run, right? I mean, come on, right?
He's with them. He always looks out for him.
If that were true, I wouldn't let him marry Grace.
You
He deserved a better brother. And we all deserve to die.
My kids don't. Well, hey.
Hey, you're safe now. We're leaving.
We're approaching the rear gate, sir.
We'll be there shortly.
All right. We are back in business.
Deja vu. It's funny, I came out here to escape the madness.
Anyone who's gonna save you, it would have been him.
You can come out now.
But sometimes Mr. LaBelle wants something from us in return.
You got this, bitch. You got this, bitch. Don't be a bitch, bitch. Don't be a bitch, bitch. You got this, bitch. I know tonight didn't go as planned, but I'll make it right, Mr. LaBelle. You'll see.
We renew our pledge this night as our ancestors before us, with this offering of living flesh and blood. Come for us! Come for us! Come for us! Hails!
What did you give us?
That was part of the maze. Put a bottle of the rest out. Smash the clock out! Come on, rub it down.
Did you just kill him?
No, just give it now.
I knew you told me.
All I knew is at some point somebody would burn it all down. That was something in me.
Daniel. Get out of the way.
Carrie.
You really don't care if I die.
You don't have to.
Where do you think you're going, bitch? Who the fuck do you think you are? Our families went worse than you. You're just another sacrifice. You're another goat. Fuck the altar. I'm gonna do it right here.
In my defense, it's been a while.
Don't go. Don't go, okay? Dana, don't go. Don't go. I need you, Dana. Don't go.
I'm never gonna say this morning. I thought you were gonna be the new me, but I'm not gonna let you hurt my family. You don't deserve a family. Fuck your family. Fuck your fucking family.
Grace. You will be with me after this, will you?
She's in here. Oh, baby.
The sun is about to rise. We must do it now. It is time for the boys to take their place. We may not weaken in our resolve, but with our assistance, grow with wisdom and strength. Shalom for us.
Shalom for us.
Shalom for us. Shalom for us. Shalom for us.
Shalom for us.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
Hail Satan.
It is lost. Forgive us.
Nothing's happening.
I knew it.
I fucking knew it. It's all bullshit. So what should we do about her? Oh, fuck. I think you were right.
I take it back. I want to go home.
No! I did everything right! I played by the rules! And I'm in control!
Tell me, honey. I'm really sorry. I don't want to die.
Did I do selfish?
Sweetie, please tell me I'm scared.
Don't fucking touch me.
No, okay.
Relax.
Yeah.
I want a divorce. Fuck.
Welcome back to the Papa Beat channel. How you been doing? How you doing? Doing some time because today we're going to be talking about the most haunted places in the entire world. We've done America. There might be more things to talk about in America because they are a part of the world. We've also talked about haunted objects, a lot of haunts. But today we're going worldwide, baby, because October is the scariest time of the year. And what better way to get the Halloween spirit than exploring some of the strangest and most terrifying places known to man? In the past, we've explored the scariest places across the United States, but now it's time to branch out and discover what the rest of the world has to offer, which no one is as old as the United States, so I doubt it's any. From the cold and mysterious castles found in Europe to the haunted temples in Asia to the cursed tombs of Africa, there truly isn't anywhere on the planet that the dead don't inhabit them. Ghosts, they go everywhere.
Even underground?
There might be underground. So get ready as we cover some insane or unique haunts that are sure to cause a scare. The first stop on our journey takes us across the pond over to the UK, where one of the most haunted places in the world is set to reside. Though you wouldn't think it at first glance, the Tower of London has terrorized people for centuries. Where's Tower of London? Not where is it, but what is it like Big Ben?
No.
Not Big Ben.
It's not Big Ben. It's Big Ben.
Is Big Ben the one that's by the bridge?
Yes, the London Bridge.
That has to be haunted too. It's falling down.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, it's a little early in the morning when we're recording here, so give me a little break. Originally built in 1078. What?
It's old.
God damn. Originally built in 1078. Holy hell. Now they've given the motherfucker facelift. Have they touched it since then?
Probably.
Sure, they did. Okay. The Tower of London has housed both royalty and some of the most notorious criminals in the history. The 18-acre half prison, half palace is situated on the River Thames in central London and was a functioning prison up until 1952, when it closed its doors and reopened as a tourist attraction. I don't really know if I like the idea of I'm royalty and I live here. Also, there's prisoners.
That seems unsafe. Maybe they enjoyed having prisoners.
Yeah, royalty's white noise for sleeping. It wasn't just like monkeys and jungle music. It was like and like waves. It's people screaming, getting whipped. Many of the royal residents who ruled over the UK had received exotic animals as gifts and stored them in that tower. This ranged from monkeys to lions, and in one instance, a polar bear. And in 1251, King Henry III received a white bear from the King of Norway and housed it in the Tower of London Menagerie, where it lived out its days swimming in the river and eating fish. I still don't think that's probably a good time for it. A big white bear, play in the gray water, eat our trash fish in the gray water. And he turns into a black bear. He used to be white. It was gray. However, several witnesses claim to have seen a ghostly white bear wandering the complex.
Whoa, haunted bear.
I really didn't even think about animals haunting.
I did not even know they could haunt.
I thought animals didn't have souls.
Maybe this bear was reincarnated, or the person was reincarnated to a bear, and then, died, and now it's a ghost haunts.
Would you rather be haunted by a bear or a man?
I feel like a bear would be way scarier than a man.
I don't know. In 1816, a night guard heard strange sounds coming from the jewel room and decided to investigate. He definitely wasn't stealing. Did you guys hear that? When he opened the door, he saw a large white bear standing in the darkness. Shocked by this, he thrust his bayonet at the beast, only for it to pass through and stab the wall behind it. Oh, the guard was later found in a state of shock and taken to the guard's barracks, where he was inspected. The head guard found no signs of intoxication, all while the guard was silently mumbling about what he had seen. What do you think it really was? He obviously went in there to steal jewels.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a large, fat man?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, and then you mistake him for a bear. The guy comes up later, he's like looking at him in the hospital room. What's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Rest your weary eyes, Godson. It's not what to get off of it could be, you know. Not long after the incident, the guard went completely insane and died from shock. I bet he thought it was probably syphilis or something.
I was gonna say too, it could have been some kind of hallucination.
Yeah, he probably was like fucking whores on the side. He's like, oh, work for the queen. He's fucking dirty ass whores, whatever. He gets a dirty cock, turns his brain to mashed potatoes. Comes in, he's like, white bear, goes white bear. Or at the same time, Edmund Linthal Swift, who would find the frightened guardsman, also had a scare of his own. One night, Edmund brought his family to Anne Boleyn's room in the Martin Tower, where she had been held before her execution. After closing all the blinds and locking the doors, the family saw a pill-shaped apparition form in the middle of the room. A pale white phantom traveled to each person, sitting at the table in the middle of the room before stopping above Edmund's wife, before she could move. The pill shot down onto her shoulder, forcing her to crouch in pain and yell, "Ow! Christ, it has seized me!" As soon as she yelled, Edmund grabbed a chair and threw it at his wife. She's like, I think I showed her back, causing the ghost to disappear. Oh my God, thank God.
I feel like that's a bit of an overreaction.
She's like a broken jaw, like a broken nose, and her like eyes all swollen. He said, my God, dear, you are haunted. May the evil spirits stay away from me and my love. To this day, it is known as the Phantom Lava Lamp. It is said to haunt that very room. I don't like that. That scares me. I also know, you know what it is? It's psychological damage. I'm too weak-minded. Where if someone's just like, haunted there, I'm going to immediately be like, what is that? I saw a pill. King Henry VIII is responsible for many of the ghosts found at the tower. So it's no surprise to see him lurking around. In 1890, a sentry guard was doing his round when he heard someone call his name, where he turned around and he saw a bloated face of King Henry. He claimed that Henry's face was deep red and drooling out the mouth. After calling his name, the spirit chased the guard down the hallway before it soon disappeared. You know what's so weird is that a lot of these like superstitions and folk tales and stuff, it's probably just other people that fuck with each other. And that changes that man's life forever.
Also, these people are deeply, deeply religious.
Oh, my God, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And then you feel bad, too, because the other guy's just like, he's gone into shock. He can't speak anymore. And then the guys who pulled him crank like... Just want to take a second to thank our sponsor, Gamer Subsidy, one of our best sponsors, if not the best sponsor on this channel, and for giving us so much support, and for having amazing, tasty, quality products, like our own flavor, raw meat. They go right now. It's amazing energy supplement. There's caffeine-free options, and Everything has zero sugar, baby. So if you're trying to get off the soda pops and get into something tasty, consider raw meat gamers on the tongue. It's amazing. You can't go wrong with any of their flavors. And they also have big titty anime shakers that, if you get your rocks onto that, I consider it because they're pretty sexy. It's like stiff in my pants. So thank you, Gamer Sense, for sponsoring this episode. And hey, check out raw meat. It's seriously the best flavor. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Raw meat if you're trying to get a nice caffeinated beverage. Thank you. Back to the video. Anne Boleyn was the second wife of King Henry and was charged with incest and adultery after being unable to bear a male heir. Fair. She was beheaded for her crimes and has been seen walking around with her head in her hands. Just down the road from the Tower of London is the world's most haunted pub called the Grenadier. It was built in the 1720s as a barracks for soldiers, and it wasn't until a century later that the building was converted into a bar. And shortly after it was converted, a soldier named Cedric was beaten to death in the basement after getting caught cheating during a card game. Fair. It's just so funny back in the day, like, he cheated this guy. All right, let's kill him.
Do you think he was just doing really good? And
I have a sneaky suspicion he's like, I hate to say it, but it's a full house again. All right, boys. You know what I mean? Like, since then, it is said that his spirit haunts the pub and torments guests. On more than one occasion, people have witnessed a cigarette being smoked by itself. And one person even claimed to have been burned by an invisible cigarette, which is kind of fun. I like this because he's a ghost and he's smoking real cigarettes, and then he is also like, you know what? Fuck you, put that in your neck.
yeah, also I like how that is definitely just some guy, other soldiers talking with each other. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just flicking. Yeah.
If people are probably so gullible too, like, I got burned by a ghost! Instead of like looking around and being like, did you burn me? I bet you that was never said. What'd you do?
Also, this is a pub filled with drunk people.
Other patrons have claimed to have seen a spectral soldier in mirrors and photos taken in the bar. Cedric is also known to create cold spots, rearrange furniture, and cause people to feel depressed, along with feelings of being watched. These are all extremely common things, I feel like, in a bar. Oh, I feel a bit sad. Cedric sucking on beer the whole night. Oh my god. Who's watching me?
Yeah, it's a packed room.
Yeah. Are you looking at me? I feel like I'm being watched. Also, like, probably like just smell like shit. Just a total slosh. People are looking at me, ain't they? To appease the angry soldier customers, people stick money into the ceiling to cover his tab so he can continue his drink in the afterlife, which is kind of fun. See, I like little bits like that.
Yeah.
Every time I go to Los Angeles, I go to the Rainbow Bar and Grill. It's where Lemmy from Motorhead used to go. I'd buy him a Jack and Coke. There's a little altar to him. Buy him a little Jack and Coke and put it on his altar every time. Nick's seen it. Up, fly. The next stop on our journey takes us south to the Mediterranean, where the most haunted island in the world is located. Poveglia. Poveglia is a small island located in northern Italy and is home to a former plague hospital turned mental institute. That only makes total sense to me. That's just changing. I mean, people probably, after a while, they're like, it's fine. Just swap it over. People have been living on the island since the 400s, but it wasn't until the 1500s that it became a quarantine zone for the plague. After the plague ended, the area was abandoned until 1922, when it was repurposed as a psychiatric ward. Today, it sits abandoned and barred from the public for 60 years after the ward closed in 1968. Now, it is a hotspot for ghost hunters who get special permission to investigate there. And what makes this place so haunted is the mass graves that house thousands of plague victims all across the island. Many who have set foot on the property claim that it is 50% dirt and 50% human ash.
That's a lot of ash.
That's a lot of ash. Locals call it the Island of Ghosts because of how many spirits have been spotted. The most well-known specter is that of a mad doctor who jumped to his death in the bell tower. During his tenure at the psych ward, he performed hundreds of lobotomies that left people debilitated and in severe pain. Shortly after his death, ghost hunters claim to have contacted the doctor and sometimes seen him roaming the halls. And in 2009, thank God we got here, Zach Bagans and the Ghost Adventure crew were granted access to the island to investigate, where there they claim to speak with multiple victims of the doctor. Go ahead and show one.
I'm gonna try some English here just to see what happens.
That's hard-hitting proof. But the episode's most notable highlight was when Zach got possessed by a demon and freaked out at his camera crew.
Me?
Yeah,
Stop, dude.
I love it. How many times does this happen? A lot. Motherfucker gets possessed all the time.
He's around a lot of demons.
He's around a lot of demons, but after a while, it's like, goddamn, Zach, do you not have any other precautions? He said that he got so haunted that he became, like, blind. That's why he wears glasses, right?
Special glasses.
I feel like there's so many episodes where literally he gets possessed and he's like, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. I think it's a mixture of cocaine. I think it's a mixture of a little bit of alcohol. You're trying to tell me that Zach Bagans doesn't go around carrying a flask of pink schnapps?
I believe it. You know?
I would believe it in a heartbeat. He does a little bump, takes a little swig. I think he takes like 4 testosterone or something. He's sitting there and he's just like all wired up.
Unfortunately. You mean unfortunately, I think.
Members of his crew freak out then too.
Charge.
It's a lot.
Did he get possessed at Hell House?
No, I think his cameraman did, and then he did. Which is my favorite part. Because I'm pretty sure he said something like, dude, Zach, what's going on? He's just like, he became so violent, I'm like, while cursing and filling his arms in the pitch dark, he began to punch the walls and wander aimlessly through the chapel. It took 5 minutes of freaking out before one of the other co-hosts, Nick, came over and performed an exorcism on Zach by telling the spirit to let it go, which I do love a drive-by exorcism. I do love how easy exorcisms can be. Hey, you're not. Hey, let go of him. Thank you. He's a powerful priest. No fisherman dares go near the island, believing that it is cursed with dangerous spirits, other than the Mad Doctor, of course. Locals are fully convinced that the island is infested with vampires.
Ghosts and vampires.
Touching vampires, that's haunted with you. If you're attacked by a vampire, it is technically kind of haunted because it is a dead man.
That's true. Yeah, undead.
We kind of skirted the game, didn't we?
Yeah, a little bit.
This is because multiple bodies were unearthed with stones and even blood in their mouths, leading many to believe that they were recently up and walking around feasting on blood. People fucking hear this. What's horrifying is when people are like, he's dead, and they bury him, and people wake up, and like, oh my god, he's a zombie trying to get out. And no, it's just a guy trying to claw his way out of the fucking. That is my nightmare. Oh yeah. Oh my god. That's why I almost like. I want to have a little pill. You see anything happen, but I'm done.
See, I would just have a contingency where it's like, if you're gonna bury me, cut my head off.
I kind of like that idea. I feel like that. I wish it was kind of a more normal thing. Also, I think that's also what the Vikings did, right? Just set them off. They fucking burn the fucking thing. Do you think how many times do you think they were doing the float? You know, oh, cure, I miss you. And they fire. And the guys are like, Are they like, oh, no? And they go swimming, or are they like, oh, it's done?
That probably is done.
I can hear a scream, so they have to like, he's happy. Let's move away from Europe. Fuck Europe. Just kidding. The Valley of the Kings is one of the most important archaeological discoveries in history, but it's also one of the most haunted places on Earth. The first tombs were constructed around 1500 BCE, and for thousands of years, Egyptian pharaohs and nobles were buried in lavish rooms. I watch some people, there's like YouTube videos, people like, I'm going into the Valley of Kings or whatever, the tombs and the pyramids. I'm so claustrophobic. Try not having a panic attack watching one of those videos. Go ahead. Watch a guy go up, get scared. Like, there's this hallway to get to the king's room. You have to go up this huge, steep, narrow thing. Also, it's one way. So people are also coming down. So you're, like, trapped in this thing. There's, like, watch a video and try not to beg. Challenge impossible. However, it would remain relatively untouched until 1922, when Egyptologist Howard Carter discovered King Tut's tomb and the mummy's curse. Which, you know, that everyone knows King Tut, but then everyone, you know, there's a lot of movies about mummies and all that kind of stuff. But the string of events that happened after that motherfucker opened the tomb is kind of odd. I will say that. As soon as the tomb was opened, nearly everyone's tied to it began to die off in mysterious ways. There's no shit. It's very weird. To the point where I'm like, this might be the only story on here where I'm like, The first one to go was George Herbert. He was at the tomb when it was opened and paid for the entire expedition. He died from a mosquito bite that led to blood poisoning only 4 months after the initial opening of the tomb. What you could be like, man, it's a mosquito bite, gonna happen. I mean, what the fuck, you're in Africa. There's like marshy, swampy area. There's gonna be mosquitoes everywhere. Next up was George Gould, who simply visited the tomb before succumbing to a fever 5 months later. A little more suspicious, right? Motherfucker just all of a sudden got a fever. Come on. I don't know. Sir Archibald Douglas Reed was invited by Howard to perform the x-rays on Tut's body, but died from cancer related to x-rays before he could make it to the tomb, which too incredible. I didn't have very significant precautions for the x-rays back in the day, but still kind of scary. The next two to die were ace mates who worked with Howard Carter to excavate the tomb, and the other was the Honorable Mervyn Robert Howard Molecule, whatever, Herbert, a cricket player and the half-brother of George Herbert, and he too was one of the first people to enter the tomb. Long name, too long of a name. He gotta die. Both men would die of pneumonia a few years after the tomb was opened, and a year apart from each other, which seems just a bit odd. Noblemen. For people who have like money and stuff at the time, and also that their deaths were almost like a year apart, exactly a year apart.
Yeah, this is very suspicious.
Sure, the mosquito might die, right? Sure, the x-ray doctor that didn't use these safety precautions and he's given x-rays every 7 minutes as practice. Sure. And the other guy? I don't know. Howard's secretary would be smothered with a pillow Howard's secretary would be smothered with a pillow while at a bathtub. Edgar Steele, the man in charge of the artifacts from the tomb at the museum, died from stomach illness believed to have been caused by foul play. So now people are just getting murdered, all right? And lastly, another museum worker in charge of displays was found dead in his bed from an unknown cause. An unknown cause! Just dead. He's gone. Do you think it was that easy? And the mummy got him. Yeah, they like walked in. Oh, boy. It was going to happen. Just on the bed like all of these deaths occurred within 12 years of the tomb being opened, and all of them had connections to the tomb, all right? And many have speculated that there's a scientific explanation for the deaths, but others believe it was the curse or even the result of satanic worship, which I don't know about the last part, but I do think that could have been the mummy stuff. Aleister Crowley believed in the occult and described himself as a religious prophet. Though he wasn't at the tomb's unveiling, he was in the same circle as all the men who died. Crowley was known for performing ritual magic, and his diary entries contained multiple references to specific times, methods, and religious symbolism associated with some of the deaths that happened from the people in the tomb. I just imagine that I'm just like, I want to hang out with Crowley. He's a big funny aunt. Why not? It's also important to note that Crowley was in London at the same time of each of these deaths. Or just like make it like, I think he did. And all of those convicted of the crimes were his friends. If he managed to escape the curse of the mummy, you can expect to see plenty of other ghosts walking the valley at night. Most commonly spotted is a chariot driven by a small man who rides only at midnight. It is said that the sounds of horses pounding on the ground and whips cracking are common before it approaches. Witnesses describe the chariot differently, with some claiming it blazed as it passed by. It's totally lit on fire. I know it's just a little guy. The ghost is clear. And he like gets on his chariot, whoosh, rides off. It's not people that because the world is so cruel. People won't point and laugh at him.
Wow, they're not scared of him anymore.
You know what I mean? Maybe that's the only time he can ride is at midnight. You know, or because you get pestered by so many fucking tourist trap people. He's like, only time I can ride is during the night. Yeah, there's no one there. Our last stop takes us to a little closer to home on an island just south of Mexico City, known as the Doll Island. Julian Barrera was a simple man who owned an island in
Milko Canals.
While he lived a relatively normal life, he would often collect dolls and nail them to the trees, as well as hang them from branches, believing it would prevent him from evil spirits. Or he was a psychopath, and that's just scary. As the collection grew, the dolls began to talk to him and soothe him to sleep. He would go into the dumps and look for dolls to bring back to his island, where he would dress them up before hanging them alongside the others. But the exact reason why he started collecting them in the first place is unknown. Most people believe it's because a young girl drowned near his island. Then he collects dolls. Probably to appease the ghost.
I feel like he drowned the young girl.
We don't know that. You're making assumptions that are probably true, but we don't know. The story goes that the girl was swept away by the current while playing with her sister. Her body, along with the doll, floated to Julian's island, where the dolls spoke to him in the girl's voice, demanding the doll back. Annabelle. Annabelle reference. So to ward off evil spirits, he nailed the dolls to the trees, but one doll wasn't enough, so he continued to hang more to appease the angry spirit. The more dolls he collected, the more word spread about his island, and eventually people were leaving their own dolls. And in total, there are over 4,000 dolls, making it the Guinness World Record holder for a world's largest collection of haunted dolls. All of this went on until 2001 when Julian and his nephew were up fishing While on the boat, Julian explained to his nephew that there were mermaids in the water singing to him. What? Before his nephew could even react, the old man was found dead, face down in the water, allegedly in the same place where the girl had been found. After his death, the island only seemed to get worse as other people began to see and hear some mermaids in the canals around the island. And throughout the island, thousands of dolls are said to move and talk during the night, but there are a few dolls in particular that paranormal investigators are interested in. The first doll ever hung up is inside Julian's former one-bedroom home. Numerous people who have gone near it have come to hear it talk and demand for more dolls on the island, which is fucking creepy. Also, just want to say, too, the visual tons of those, and I think at night they all start talking. It's pretty scary. Yeah. That's kind of a cool visual.
$4,000 talking.
$4,000 being like, I need my dolls. No wonder Julian's just like, the mermaid, single me. You know what I mean? And bring me your door, I need baby. You bring me baby, hang on, please. The second doll, Augusta Dinta, was said to be Julian's favorite, and the one that he would talk to the most. It said that when Julian was alive, the doll would walk around the island at night, protecting him and even curing his illnesses. The fuck kind of Christ-like doll is this thing? Fuck's sakes. I know, my ear.
Augustina, you be.
Augustina, but hear me. I'm not over here. There's a small shrine that surrounds Augusta Dinta, where people leave small offerings in hopes that she will protect them too, which is fun. I like that. With so much death and destruction in the world, it's no surprise that nearly every place on Earth is haunted in some form. While we might have covered hauntings from faraway places, it's still good to check your surroundings. You never know who's watching. Thank you so much for watching this video, and hey guys, stay haunted. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and settle down because we're talking about something that's
Listen up, because I'm done with the fucking coats. I generally get a little support for the message I spread. I see it pretty much every week. But I also run into a few idiots on the rare occasion, both online and in person, who claim I'm a bad influence, I promote unhealthy ideologies to the youth, and I think this is genuinely fucking disgusting to hear. It moves me.
2 hours later.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back with yet another video. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to have you legends here as usual, man, for another crazy episode. Before we get into this video, I'd like to say nothing prepared me for the shit we're about to cover in this video. As some of you guys might know, this whole looks-maxing garbage has blown up lately. You've got insecure men out here smashing their faces with hammers, taking meth as a way to cope with their insecurities. It's all
Hey, weirdos,
it's a
bro.
clown show. Now, some looks maxer is trending for the wrong reason, and we'll be covering this insecure little clown of a street, androgenic, or whatever the fuck his name is. Now, this guy pushes the same fake alpha looks max bullshit, acts like he's genetically superior than everyone around him, walks around all stiff and weird like bro shit his pants. Now, unfortunately, he's been exposed in 4K, and the whole internet is clowning him for having a funny head, which is fucked up, but he deserves it. Now, what happened is this. This dude went outside in public trying to riz girls, trying to show off as usual, all that bullshit, and some random dude ran up and snatched his fake-ass wig off his weirdly shaped head. All these looks maxers are insecure little bitches. Before I show you guys this crazy clip and break it down, if you're new around here, make sure to subscribe as we drop similar content. Now, you guys take a look at this bullshit.
The number 2 ranked Giga Chad in America, Androgenic, was on the streets looks maxing when his cortisol levels skyrocketed after a fan yanked his wig off his head, exposing that he's nothing more than a fraud maxer with a receding hairline. You can't be out here preaching about genetic superiority and then we come to find out that your hairline is in a whole ass recession, man. That hairline is the 2008 housing market. That hairline's not even receding. That hairline's retired. tired. Alt F4. Those follicles rage quit on this guy at the age of like 20. Bro is basically out here LARPing his Apex genetics. But behind the scenes, he's downloading a DLC third-party airline, trying to write new patch notes for his follicles that are absolutely cooked. This guy was cap maxing, literally, as a level 1 hair guy. And we come to find out he's actually level 3 on the Norman scale, wig maxing, and he's absolutely cooked, Jack.
It's like, look, I get it. You're a looks maxer, and you're trying to be a base chud. But not only were you wearing a hat to hide the fact you were bald, you were also wearing a wig. Jack, I don't know who needs to know this, but going bald isn't bad. Just shave it.
What the hell? Now, as you guys saw for yourselves, bro got exposed in 4K, and honestly, man, are we surprised? Looks maxers are some of the cringiest, fakest little alpha clowns out here. Their confidence is fake as hell. I mean, this idiot really thought it was a good idea to go out in public with a fucking wig and try to pick up girls. At least be honest with the women you're approaching. This whole situation didn't just expose him for being pathetic and insecure. It exposed him for having one hell of a head. I'm not even trying to be funny, but his head legit looks uneven, like someone sliced that shit in half. I kind of get why he wears the wig now. With a head like that, not gonna lie, I'd probably wear one too if Bro was out there picking up girls looking like half a potato. Now, he responded to the whole thing, and it did not look good. People saw right through it and started calling it damage control immediately. You guys look at this bullshit, man.
So I'm going extremely viral, having my wig snatched off on, especially on X, but on all platforms. And it's only been like fucking 6 hours. I don't think people realize that I've literally publicly been spamming videos of me being bald for like 2 months. And I literally publicly made videos showing that I'm wearing a wig like days ago. But I'm glad this is going this viral. This is pretty crazy. No aura is being lost, I'll tell you that much.
Do you see me
Now, as you legends saw for yourselves, it only got worse after that. Instead of just coming out and saying, yeah, I'm going bald, I should have said it earlier, like a normal human being. Because let's be real, who wouldn't understand that? I want to know what you guys think in the comments, because this dude chose to lie straight through his teeth. He came out talking about how he already showed he was going bald and all that. And during my research, okay, cool, technically he did hint at it before. But that's not even the point. Nobody is clowning him for going bald. That's normal. Half of men go bald at some point. That's life. People are laughing because of the way he handled it. That shit looks uneven as hell. He's out there looking like a balloon that lost all its air. That's why the internet is cooking him right now. I'll show you guys some of the comments and how people are reacting online because it's actually insane. Then we'll get into the next part because somehow it gets even worse.
This is the same guy saying, show your ugly face on camera, you whore. The irony maxing is overwhelming. Shakespeare was still alive today, writing his tragedy. If Billy Shakespeare was tragedy maxing, he would write this story in 3 acts. Act 1, you are scalp cosplaying like it's goddamn Halloween with one of those hat wig combos. And this is the 9/11 of horror farming. This right here is the New York City skyline on September 10th, 2001, and this is September 11th. Never forget this is what Androgynic used to look like. And now he really only has one way. He either does this guy forever, or he's got that high testosterone just called the ball. They're not just got high level, high T man. I'm bald as fuck, or you low T beta boys. Estrogen medically actually punches lots. That is suicide maxing.
Now, as you guys saw for yourselves, he came out making excuses for the little bitch. It's insane, right? At this point, he's got 2 options. Option 1, disappear forever, never be seen again. Honestly, it's the smartest move. If you guys think that's what you should do, drop a like. Option 2, keep up with his drink garbage and live the rest of his life as a walking meme. There's no middle ground, there's no redemption arc. Bro is cooked, and I don't think I really broke down who this dude actually is. This guy's a piece of shit. He pushes that same recycled, looks maxing garbage we call out on this channel. That's pure crap. He built his whole personality around acting superior. Narcissistic as hell, ego through the roof, walking around like he's genetically blessed and everyone else is beneath him. And now, one wig snatch later, and the whole illusion is gone. That's the funniest part. All that fake confidence, all that alpha energy, and it crumbles the second reality hits him in public. Aura's gone, the mystique's gone. Once the internet sees you as a meme, it's hard to come back from that. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Let me know in the comments what you think. Maybe coming back to me or over.
I heard I went to fucking war for my country. I served in the fucking army. Is that why you did this? Because you couldn't? Is that why you did this? Because you couldn't? Answer me. I deserve an answer. I served my fucking country. I deserve a fucking answer. Tell me. Answer me. I've been fucking too embarrassed to talk to. I would be too if I was wearing some shit I didn't earn. Yeah, you goddamn right. You goddamn fucking right.
What happens when those children
Difference is, I raised my fucking right hand. I went to fucking war for this country. You can smile behind that mask all you want, but I served my time. I served my country. I'm not making illegal you're out here facing.
And then you went back outside and she was gone. I thought your guys up immediately. So she's not watching that. She has no eyes.
No, she's not even worried.
These were the moments when these kids helped cops arrest their nightmare parents. We begin with the case of a troubled father who believed his ongoing actions would remain hidden until his own daughter exposed him.
Oh, how's it going? Good. Can I sit there for a minute? No. Trey's like, come here. Okay, you stop talking right now or you're going to go to jail for obstruction. I don't right now. Shut up! It's not fun. It's baby, you should know. Stop talking.
On June 18, 2024, officers responded to a reported domestic violence incident at an apartment.
All right, it's Gemini Day. Gemini 3.1 Pro is here. Let me just show you the most important benchmark. This is Pelican Bench, how well a model can draw a pelican riding a bicycle using SVG. Let's look at the progress from Gemini 3.0 to 3.1. Generate an animated SVG of a pelican riding a bicycle. And as you can see, it is much better, much more fluid motion. But that's not all. We also have a frog on a vintage penny farthing bicycle. Look at this. This one doesn't even make sense at all, but this one, very good. Next, we have a giraffe driving a tiny car. Boom. There's just so much more detail, so much more movement. It looks great. Here's an ostrich on roller skates. These are incredibly important benchmarks. This is basically AGI. This one is incredibly impressive, jokes aside. And we also found out the Gemini 3 Deep Think model that just came out last week was, yes, in fact, using Gemini 3.1 Pro as the underlying model. And today they are shipping 3.1 Pro across their consumer and developer products to bring this progress and intelligence to your everyday applications. I can't wait to test this in OpenClaw. All right, let's look at some benchmarks. This one is crazy. Look at this. Humanities last exam with no tools scores a 44.4% with search, with block list, basically don't get the exact answers, and coding with an environment 51.4. That is a substantial increase from Gemini 3 Pro. And
imagine a situation where you are walking down a busy street and suddenly a thought about an old friend pops into your head. You haven't seen him in 10 years. You haven't said his name, but 3 seconds later, your phone rings. It's him. Coincidence? We didn't decide to think about him at that particular moment, did we? The thought just popped into our head. And if we don't choose our thoughts, do we control our minds at all? In a universe governed by strict laws of probability, coincidences should not exist. Physics suggests that what you just experienced was not a random event. It was a leak. It was a momentary crack in the firewall of reality. We usually assume that life is a series of random events floating in chaos. We believe that we improvise as we go through time. But new data from quantum mechanics, number theory, and neurobiology are beginning to paint a much darker picture. They suggest that the script was written long before you were born. This video is not about magic. It's about the mathematics of fate. We will look at 46 specific anomalies. From the freezing of subatomic particles to the sinking of the Titanic, that prove that chance is just a word we use to hide the bars of the cage. To understand why the cage exists, we don't need a particle accelerator. We just need to look at a subway station in London in 1973. The actor Anthony Hopkins had just signed a contract to star in a film called The Girl from Petrovka. He was a professional. He wanted to study the novel before shooting began. He went to every bookstore in London. He searched the libraries, but the book was out of print. It was gone. Frustrated and angry, Hopkins gave up. He went down into the Leicester Square tube station to catch a train home. He sat on a bench, and there, lying alone on the empty seat next to him, was a book. He picked it up. It was The Girl from Petrovka. Now, your brain wants to call this lucky. But the math says it is impossible. In a city of 9 million people, what are the odds of finding the exact out-of-print object you need at the exact second you give up looking for it? But the story gets worse. A year later, on the set of the movie, Hopkins met the author of the novel, George Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer didn't have a copy of his own book. He told Hopkins that he had lent his personal copy, the one filled with his own handwritten notes, to a friend who had lost it in a stolen car somewhere in London. Hopkins went to his bag. He pulled out the book he found on the subway bench. He opened it. The margins were filled with handwritten notes. It wasn't just a copy. It was the copy. If you calculate the probability of this chain of events, the lost car, the subway bench, the timing, the meeting, it is roughly 1 in 10 billion. In physics, a probability of 1 in 10 billion isn't an accident. It is a trajectory. It implies that the book didn't happen to be there. It implies that the book was placed there. Think about the timing. That book was lost a year earlier. It traveled through the city for 365 days just to land on that bench at the exact moment he sat down. It was like a bullet fired in slow motion. So ask yourself, is your future coming for you right now? And can you even stop it? And if the book was placed, then Hopkins was not an actor making a choice. He was an actor hitting his mark. Let's talk about what we actually mean when we say the word coincidence. Usually it's just a situation where the odds feel incredibly low, like thinking about a specific person right before you turn the corner and run into them. We look at that moment and think, wow, what are the chances? But back in 1986, a mathematician named John Littlewood decided to stop guessing and actually check the mechanics of how chance works in a human life. He wanted to see if these events are genuinely rare, or if our brains are just bad at understanding how much data we consume every day. To figure this out, Littlewood built a mathematical model of a standard human day. He needed to define a basic unit of experience, so he came up with the concept of an event. Here is how the logic works. An event is simply anything that takes your brain about 1 second to notice and process. It doesn't have to be a car crash or a winning lottery ticket. Looking at this screen is an event. Hearing a car drive by outside is an event. Itching your nose is an event. Littlewood estimated that a normal person is awake and actively paying attention to the world for about 8 hours a day. The rest is sleep or zoning out. Now, if we take that 1 event per second rule and do the math, the volume of data is actually shocking. There are 60 seconds in a minute, so that is 60 events. There are 60 minutes in an hour, which gives us 3,600 distinct events every single hour. If you multiply that by the 8 hours you spend awake, it turns out that you are processing roughly 30,000 separate events every single day. Most of the time, this is just boring data. It's just the texture of the wall or the color of the sky. But statistically, the laws of probability apply to every single one of those 30,000 moments, not just the ones that feel special. So, Littlewood asked, what happens if we let this counter run for a month? If you just live your normal, boring life for 35 days, the math says you will have processed roughly 1 million of these distinct events. And this is the punchline. If we define a wild coincidence as something with a probability of 1 in a million, and you are essentially rolling the dice a million times every month, then the laws of statistics say you have to hit that number eventually. It isn't a spooky anomaly. It is just a massive sample size. If you roll a million-sided die a million times, landing on the number 1 isn't luck. It is a mathematical certainty. This mathematical certainty leads us to a conclusion that completely strips the romance out of the concept of destiny. If Littlewood is correct, and you are statistically mandated to experience a 1 in a million event every 35 days, then a miracle is no longer special. It is a quota. We usually treat these moments like running into your ex-partner in a foreign country or dreaming of a disaster before it happens, as evidence that the universe is watching us. We take them as personal messages. But under the law of large numbers, the universe isn't sending you a message. It is just running a script. Think about the scale of this on a planetary level. There are 8 billion people on Earth. If every single one of them lives a normal life, encountering 1 million events per month, then statistically 8 billion miracles must happen every day.
You see me?
I am.
If they didn't
I'm
happen,
a bit
that
scary
would be
though.
a violation of physics.
Please catch me if I fall.
It means the incredible
Hey, what do you want if I fell?
His experience wasn't
You have what?
magic. It was just his turn. He was simply the data point that happened to fall into that specific slot on the probability curve. This turns the idea of synchronicity from a mystical connection into a boring industrial byproduct of a massive system.
Oh shit.
It implies that the universe
What is that?
we call it fate because our brains are desperate for a story. But to the universe, the destiny is just a statistical error that hasn't been rounded on. You're not just a fan of a movie, you're just a random number generator that eventually will
I got a defense for you guys. I had to see if it worked.
And if your most significant outcomes are just inevitable mathematical laws, what does that say about the decisions you take to make?
I'm so sorry.
Because the reason these coincidences feel so inevitable isn't just about the universe generating events. It is about the fact that your brain is fundamentally incapable of processing the math of chaos. There is a famous problem in probability theory called the birthday paradox, and it exposes a critical flaw in human logic. Imagine you walk into a room where there are 23 random people, a football team and their coaches, or a classroom. I ask you to bet money on a simple question. What are the chances that 2 people in that room share the exact same birthday? Your brain immediately starts doing the calculation. You think about yourself. You know there are 365 days in a year. You look at the 23 people. The number 23 seems tiny compared to 365. So, your logic tells you the odds must be low. Maybe 5%? Maybe 10% if you're lucky. If you bet on those odds, you would lose your money. The actual mathematical probability of a match in a group of just 23 people is over 50%. It is a coin toss. If you increase the crowd to just 75 people, a partially filled movie theater or a bus, the probability shoots up to 99.9%. It becomes a statistical guarantee. How is this possible? Why does it feel so wrong? The glitch happens because your brain is asking the wrong question. You're thinking, what are the odds that someone here has my birthday? That is a linear calculation. You are comparing one specific data point, you, against 22 others. In that case, the odds are indeed low, but the universe doesn't care about you. The universe is looking for any match between any 2 people. This is called an exponential increase in complexity. Think of it like handshakes. If you are alone in a room, there are 0 handshakes. If a second person enters, there is 1 connection. If a third person enters, suddenly there are 3 possible connections. The first pair, the second pair, and the pair linking the first and last person. By the time you get to 23 people, You aren't dealing with 23 dates. You're dealing with 253 unique pairs of potential connections. You have 253 lottery tickets, and you only need one of them to hit the jackpot. Our ancestors didn't need to understand exponential math to survive on the savannah. They only needed to count lions linearly. One lion is bad, two are worse. But in a complex system like a modern city or the internet, we are drowning in these exponential connections. This proves that the world is significantly more crowded than you perceive. The space for randomness is much smaller than it looks. When you meet a stranger who went to the same high school as you or shares your rare last name, it isn't a sign that the stars aligned. It is a sign that you are standing in a room with 75 people, and the math says a collision is 99.9% inevitable. The cage is tighter than you think. If the birthday paradox proves that our biological hardware is bad at processing crowds, this next anomaly proves something much more disturbing about the software of the universe itself. We generally assume that numbers are fair. If I asked you to look at a list of natural chaotic data, like the lengths of every river on Earth, or the population of every town in Peru, or the dollar amount of every electricity bill in New York, you would expect the numbers to be random. You would assume that the first digit of those numbers is equally likely to be a 1, a 5, or a 9. It feels like a standard roll of the dice. But in 1938, a physicist named Frank Benford noticed that the universe has a bias. And it is not a small bias. It is a massive structural rig. He analyzed 20,000 different data sets, from atomic weights to baseball statistics. He found that in naturally occurring chaotic systems, the number 1 is not just another digit. It appears as the leading digit 30% of the time. Think about how broken that sounds. There are 9 possible digits. If the world were truly random, the number 1 should only appear about 11% of the time. But it appears nearly 3 times more often than it should. The number 9, on the other hand, is suppressed. It only appears as the first digit 5% of the time. This pattern, now known as Benford's law, is so precise and so universal that it acts like a digital fingerprint for reality. It implies that the chaos of nature isn't chaotic at all. It follows a strict logarithmic script. The universe loves the small numbers and suppresses the big ones. This is not just a mathematical curiosity, it is a weaponized fact. The Internal Revenue Service, IRS, actually uses this law to catch tax cheats. When a human tries to commit fraud, they invent numbers that they think look random. They distribute the digits equally because their brain tells them that is what random looks like. But because they don't follow the Benford script, their fake tax returns stand out like a neon sign against the background of real, mathematically biased reality. This is the horror of the realization. You can only fake randomness if you don't understand the code. But nature understands the code perfectly. It implies that the lengths of rivers, the stars in the sky, and the money in your bank account are not free-floating values. They are constrained by a hidden algorithm that dictates the probability of their existence. The game is rigged, and the dice are loaded. So the numbers are rigged. But surely, if we look up at the night sky, we are looking at pure, unadulterated freedom. The stars are scattered across the galaxy in a chaotic spray of plasma. When we look up and see a shape, like the Big Dipper or Orion, we tell ourselves that we are inventing that shape. We think constellations are just human imagination drawing lines between random dots. But in 1930, a British mathematician named Frank Ramsey proved that we are not inventing anything. He proved that the shapes are mandatory. Ramsey theory is a branch of mathematics that studies the conditions under which order must appear. And his central theorem is terrifyingly simple. Complete disorder is impossible. The math proves that if you have a large enough set of data, like billions of stars scattered in a galaxy, it is mathematically impossible to avoid creating recognizable patterns. If you scatter enough points on a graph, eventually you must create a perfect triangle. If you add more points, You must create a perfect square. It is not a matter of chance. It is a matter of saturation. Ramsey proved that within any sufficiently large system, pockets of strict order will spontaneously generate, simply because there are no other options left. The chaos runs out of ways to be chaotic. This completely reframes the concept of destiny. We tend to think of destiny as a mystical force that guides you to a specific person or event. But Ramsey theory suggests that destiny is just geometry working on a massive scale. If you interact with enough people and make enough choices, a pattern must emerge. You had to meet that person. You had to have that accident. Not because a god wrote a script for you personally, but because the universe is a finite system that is forced to repeat structures. We are trapped in a system that forbids true uniqueness. Just as the stars are forced to form the shape of a hunter or a bear, your life is forced to form a narrative arc. You are not writing your story. You are just connecting the dots that were mathematically required to be there from the moment the Big Bang scattered the data. Chaos is not the absence of order. Chaos is just order that hasn't been recognized yet. If Ramsey theory suggests that the structure of your life is geometrically inevitable, this next concept suggests that the specific details, every word you speak, every mistake you make, and the exact moment you die are already written down. And they have been written down forever. You probably remember the number pi from high school geometry. You know it as 3.14. It is the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. It seems like a harmless, abstract tool for engineers. But mathematicians suspect that pi is something much more terrifying. They believe pi is what is known as a normal number. Because pi is an irrational number, its decimal expansion goes on forever, and it never repeats a pattern. It is an infinite string of random digits. And if a string is truly infinite and random, then by definition, it must contain every possible finite sequence of numbers. This sounds technical, but the implications are absolute. If you convert the letters of the alphabet into numbers, say using standard binary code, then somewhere deep in the infinite tale of pi, you will find the complete works of Shakespeare. You will find the Bible, you will find the code for the operating system of your phone. But those are just books and codes. It gets personal. Somewhere in that string of digits, there is a sequence that perfectly describes the genetic code of your DNA. Somewhere else, there is a sequence that describes the exact position of every atom in your body right now. And further down the line, there is a sequence that describes the coordinates of your grave and the date on your tombstone. This information isn't being generated by the number, it is contained within it. Since the number pi is a fundamental constant of mathematics, meaning it existed before the Big Bang and will exist after the heat death, this implies that your entire biography is not a future event. It is a static piece of data that has always existed. We tend to think of time as a process of writing a story. We think we are creating the future. But the existence of pi suggests that the universe is just a decompression algorithm. The future is just data that is already encrypted in the fundamental constants of reality, waiting to be read. You aren't living a life. You're just slowly unzipping a file that was already on the hard drive. And every choice you make is just the next digit in the expansion. So the math says the universe is rigged with patterns. But even if it wasn't, you would still see them. Because the final nail in the coffin of free will isn't out there in the stars, it is right behind your eyes. We need to talk about why you see faces on Mars, animals in the clouds, or religious figures on a piece of burnt toast. We call this apophenia. It is the tendency of the human brain to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. For a long time, we thought this was just a quirk of imagination. But evolutionary biology tells us it is actually a survival patch encoded into your firmware. Think about a human ancestor walking through the tall grass of the savannah 100,000 years ago. He hears a rustle in the bushes. His brain has to make a split-second calculation. It has to choose between two types of statistical errors. A type 1 error is a false positive. He assumes the Russell is a tiger, but it is actually just the wind. If he makes this mistake, he runs away, looks a bit stupid, and wastes some energy, but he survives. A type 2 error is a false negative. He assumes the Russell is just the wind, but it is actually a tiger. If he makes this mistake, he is dead. Natural selection is a brutal filter. It systematically killed off every relaxed, skeptical human who waited for more evidence. The only people who survived to pass on their genes, your direct ancestors, were the paranoid ones. The ones who saw tigers in the wind. The ones who saw patterns where there were no patterns. You are the descendant of a lineage of hypersensitive pattern-matching machines. This means that synchronicity is largely a biological hallucination. When you see the number 1111 on the clock, or when a song comes on the radio that matches your mood, your brain is triggering a dopamine reward for finding a connection. It feels meaningful because it feels safe. The brain is terrified of true randomness because randomness equals danger. So, it overcorrects. It stitches the chaotic data of the world into a narrative quilt to keep you from panicking. You aren't seeing the truth of the universe. You are seeing a user interface designed to keep a scared ape from being eaten. We are programmed to find the script, even if we have to invent it ourselves. We have established that your brain is a pattern-seeking machine. But what if the brain isn't just perceiving the patterns? What if it is actively breaking the machine? In the history of quantum mechanics, there is one ghost story that physicists don't like to talk about because it blurs the line between science and superstition. It concerns Wolfgang Pauli, one of the fathers of quantum theory and a Nobel Prize winner. Pauli was a theoretical genius, but he was a disaster for reality. His colleagues began to notice a statistical anomaly. Whenever Pauli walked into a laboratory, sensitive experimental equipment would spontaneously fail. Vacuum tubes would shatter. Beakers would crack. Meters would malfunction without any physical cause. They called it the Pauli effect. This wasn't a joke. It was a genuine operational hazard. The experimental physicist Otto Stern was so afraid of this phenomenon that he officially banned Pauli from entering his laboratory in Hamburg. He believed that Pauli's sheer theoretical intensity was collapsing the wave functions of the equipment around him. But the most terrifying example happened in Göttingen. One afternoon, a complex and expensive piece of apparatus in James Frank's laboratory suddenly exploded. It was a catastrophic failure. The scientists were baffled because the cause was inexplicable. They comforted themselves by saying, at least Pauli wasn't here. But they were wrong. They later checked the train schedules. At the exact millisecond the machine exploded, a train carrying Wolfgang Pauli had stopped at the Göttingen station. He wasn't even in the room. He was just in the radius. This suggests that a sufficiently powerful consciousness acts like a jamming signal. It implies that the laws of physics are not set in stone. They are sensitive to the presence of an observer. Your mind is not a passive camera recording the world. It is a radioactive isotope that corrupts the data just by being there. If Pauli showed us that the mind can break machinery, Carl Jung showed us that it can hack the script of nature itself. In 1952, the famous psychologist was treating a woman who was proving impossible to cure. She was hyper-rational. She didn't believe in the subconscious. She treated her life like a spreadsheet, dismissing anything that couldn't be explained by logic. Jung knew he couldn't help her unless he could break that rational shell. One day, she was sitting in his office, telling him about a dream she had the night before. In the dream, someone had given her a piece of jewelry in the shape of a golden scarab beetle. She was analyzing the dream coldly, dismissing it as random noise. But exactly at that moment, there was a gentle tapping on the window behind Jung. Jung turned around. Something was trying to get in. He opened the latch and caught the insect as it flew into the dark room. It was a Cotonia aurata, the common rose chafer. It is a beetle with a metallic, golden-green shell. It was the closest thing to a golden scarab that exists in the Swiss climate. Jung held the beetle out to his stunned patient and said, "Here is your scarab." The The shock of that moment shattered her rational defenses. The barrier between her internal dream and the external reality had collapsed. Jung coined a term for this phenomenon: synchronicity. He defined it not as a coincidence, but as a causal connecting principle. He argued that the mind and the physical world are not two separate things. They are two sides of the same coin. When your internal psychic tension gets high enough, like the woman's desperate need for a breakthrough, it ruptures the wall. The dream spills out into the street. This means that reality is not a solid container. It is a responsive membrane. And if you push hard enough from the inside, the membrane stretches, and the universe is forced to print the object of your thoughts in 3D. To understand how thought can turn into a beetle, or how a physicist can explode a machine, we have to look at the bedrock of modern reality, the Copenhagen interpretation. This was the moment in 1927 when physics stopped being about stuff. It started being about information. Before this, we believed the universe was like a dark room filled with furniture. We assumed that even if you weren't in the room, the chair was still sitting there, solid and defined. But Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg proved that the subatomic furniture doesn't behave like that. They discovered that an electron is not a little hard ball orbiting a nucleus. When you are not looking at it, the electron physically ceases to have a location. It dissolves. It becomes a wave function, a ghostly cloud of mathematical probability that exists everywhere at once. It is in the corner, it is in the center, and it is on the ceiling simultaneously. This state is called superposition. The electron only snaps into a solid, single position at the exact moment you try to measure it. The act of observation forces the universe to make a choice. It forces the fuzzy wave to collapse into a hard particle. This implies something terrifying about the nature of your own eyes. You're not just passively receiving light. Your gaze is an active force. It acts like a laser that burns probability into reality. Without an observer, the universe is just a haze of maybe. It takes a conscious mind to force the maybe to become is. The world doesn't exist until you look at it. Before that, it's just a menu of potential nightmares waiting to be selected. Now, take that subatomic logic and scale it up to the size of your life. This is where the concept of synchronicity stops being mystical and becomes a mechanical necessity. You usually think of a coincidence, like meeting that old friend on the street, as something you stumbled into. You think the street was there, the friend was there, and you just happened to walk onto the set. But under the Copenhagen interpretation, that is not what happened. Before you turned the corner, the street was a superposition of infinite possibilities. In one version, the street was empty. In another, it was raining. In another, your friend was there. The wave function of the city contained all these timelines simultaneously. But you were carrying a specific mental charge. Maybe you were lonely. Maybe you were thinking about the past. That mental state acted as the measurement device. When you turned the corner, your observation collapsed the wave function. And because your internal state was biased, it collapsed the reality into the specific version that matched your thoughts. You didn't meet your friend. You pulled them out of the quantum void. This reverses the arrow of cause and effect. The event didn't happen to you. The event happened because of you. You are not the victim of these coincidences. You are the perpetrator. You are constantly collapsing the chaos of the universe into a story that matches your internal frequency. And if you are depressed, or scared, or paranoid, you are literally programming the quantum field to manifest monsters around the next corner. The Copenhagen interpretation solves the problem of how atoms behave, but it creates a new logical nightmare that is arguably worse. It suggests that reality is a contagion passed from one observer to another, with no solid ground to stand on. In 1961, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist Eugene Wigner realized that the standard model had a fatal flaw. He illustrated it with a thought experiment that breaks the universe. You know Schrödinger's cat? The cat in the box is both dead and alive until you open the lid. You are the observer. You collapse the wave function. But Wigner asked, what if I'm standing outside the room while you open the box? From my perspective, you are now part of the experiment. Until I open the door to the lab and ask you what you saw, you are in a superposition of saw a live cat and saw a dead cat. You don't technically exist as a defined person yet. You are just a cloud of probability. But it doesn't stop there. What if there is a third scientist waiting outside the building? To him, the entire laboratory, including me and you, is a wave function. This is called the von Neumann chain, named after the mathematician John von Neumann. He proved that you can keep zooming out forever. There is no mathematical point where the quantum haze stops and solid reality begins. This leads to a terrifying paradox known as infinite regress. If the universe requires an observer to collapse it into existence, then who observes the observer? Does the universe dissolve when we all close our eyes? There are only two ways to solve this equation, and both are horrific. Option 1, solipsism. You are the only real observer. Everything else, your friends, the stars, this video, is just a wave function generated by your mind. You are alone in the void. Option 2, the cosmic observer. For the universe to have existed before humans evolved, there must be a universal mind, a god or a super administrator, who is constantly looking at every atom in the cosmos to keep it solid. Wigner's paradox proves that objective materialism is dead. You cannot have a universe made of dead rocks. You either need a lonely god, or you need to accept that you are living in a dream where the scenery only loads when you look at it. If you think the power of the observer is limited to quantum particles in a lab, you are mistaken. The most dangerous laboratory is your own body, and the observer is currently rewriting your biological code. We all know the placebo effect. You give a sick patient a sugar pill, tell them it is medicine, and they get better. We treat this as a positive thinking trick, but we ignore its evil twin, the nocebo effect. This is the biological mechanism where the mind uses its authority to murder the body. If a doctor hands you a glass of water and tells you with absolute conviction that it is a potent poison, your body will believe the narrative over the chemical reality. Your brain will trigger a fight or flight response so severe that it can cause actual physical harm. In clinical trials for chemotherapy, patients who were given harmless saline solution but thought it was chemo actually lost their hair. Their perfectly healthy cells committed suicide simply because the mind commanded it. There is a documented case of a man who attempted suicide by swallowing 26 pills. He was rushed to the hospital with a blood pressure of 80/40, critically low. He was collapsing. He was dying. But when the doctors analyzed the empty bottle, they realized the pills were harmless supplements from a clinical trial. He hadn't taken any poison. But his mind believed the script. It believed the script so hard that it physically shut down his cardiovascular system to match the expectation of death. This proves that your biology is not a hardwired machine. It is a 3D printer that takes instructions from your consciousness. If you constantly fear a disease, you are sending a compilation code to your cells to simulate the symptoms. If you are terrified of an accident, you are programming your nervous system to freeze at the critical moment. The observer effect inside your body means that you are not just the pilot of the vessel, you are the architect of its failure. Every paranoid thought you have is a line of code that your heart and lungs are forced to execute. You can literally think yourself into a grave. So, we accept that the mind can kill the body. We accept that the nocebo effect is real because the brain is connected to the heart by nerves. It makes mechanical sense, but surely that is where the power ends. You cannot stare at a rock and make it move. You are not a Jedi. Or so we thought until the 1970s, when a physicist named Helmut Schmidt decided to test the telekinetic capacity of the average human employee. Schmidt wasn't a fringe mystic working in a basement. He was a physicist at Boeing Science Research Laboratories. He wanted to know if the observer effect could extend beyond the human skin. To test this, He built a machine driven by the most purely random process in the known universe, radioactive decay. He used strontium-90. When an atom of strontium-90 decays, it emits an electron. This is a quantum event. It is fundamentally unpredictable. Schmidt connected a Geiger counter to this decay and hooked it up to a circle of lights. If the atom decayed one way, the light moved clockwise. If it decayed the other, it moved counterclockwise. Left alone, the machine was perfect. The lights moved randomly, 50-50. Then, Schmidt brought in regular people. He asked them to sit in front of the machine and simply want the light to move clockwise. He didn't ask them to focus or meditate, just to intend. The results were disturbing. Over tens of thousands of trials, the machine broke. The randomness skewed. The lights began to move in the direction the subjects wanted, deviating from the statistical baseline by about 1 to 2%. Now, 1% sounds like nothing. If you're buying milk, 1% is a rounding error. But in physics, a 1% deviation in the decay rate of a radioactive isotope is an earthquake. It is like dropping a pen and having it fall slightly sideways because you looked at it. The odds of this happening by chance were calculated at roughly 1 in 10 million. This suggests that thought is not just a ghost in the machine. Thought has mass. Thought has a microgravity that can reach out and tilt the probabilities of the physical world. If a bored employee at Boeing can nudge an atom of strontium just by wishing it, what are you doing to the fragile probability fields of your life when you obsess over a specific outcome for weeks? You aren't just waiting for the future, you are physically bending the track. This leads us to the start of Act 3 and the destruction of the biggest illusion you have, the idea that you are over here and the rest of the world is over there. In 1935, Albert Einstein saw the implications of quantum mechanics, and he hated them. He realized that if the math was right, the universe wasn't just weird, it was broken. He published a famous paper with his colleagues Podolsky and Rosen, the EPR paradox. In it, they tried to prove that quantum mechanics was incomplete because it allowed for something impossible. The math suggested that two particles could become entangled. This means they share a single mathematical existence. If you take two entangled electrons and separate them by the width of the entire galaxy, they are still the same object. If you measure the first electron and find it spinning up, the second electron will instantly, at that exact moment, snap into spin down. Einstein called this spooky action at a distance. He mocked it. He said, God does not play dice. His argument was based on the speed of light. Nothing can travel faster than light. If I poke an electron here, the signal cannot reach the other electron across the galaxy instantly. That would break the law of causality. Einstein argued that the particles must be like a pair of gloves. If I put a left glove in a box and send it to Mars, and I keep the right glove here, I know the Mars glove is left the moment I look at my right one. Not because they communicated, but because they were always left and right from the start. He called this hidden variables. He died believing this. He died believing that the universe was local, that things only affect each other if they touch. But Einstein was wrong. He made the biggest mistake of his life because he was too scared to accept the alternative. He couldn't accept that distance is a lie. The EPR paradox wasn't a disproof of quantum mechanics. It was a prophecy. Einstein proved that either the world has hidden variables, gloves, or the universe is a single, interconnected web where space doesn't exist. He bet on the gloves. And as we are about to see, he lost the bet. The spooky action is real, and you are part of it. So the Nobel Prize confirmed it. The universe is non-local. But unless you are a photon flying through a fiber optic cable in a Swiss laboratory, why does this matter to you? It matters because of where you came from. Current cosmological models state that 13.8 billion years ago, everything in the known universe, every electron in your brain, every proton in the chair you're sitting on, and every neutron in the star Betelgeuse was crushed into a single point of infinite density, the singularity. In that moment, all matter was in contact, all matter was entangled. Then, the Big Bang happened. The universe expanded. The particles flew apart to create galaxies. But according to the rules of quantum entanglement, distance does not break the bond. If two particles interact once, they remain mathematically linked forever. This implies that the expansion of the universe is just a visual trick. It is an inflation of the empty space between the objects, but the objects themselves are still shaking hands on the quantum level. We need to stop thinking of the universe as a collection of separate items. We need to start thinking of it as a single server. Imagine a massive multiplayer online game. On your screen, your character looks distinct. You look different from the other players. You're standing in a different zone. You feel alone inside your avatar. But on the server rack in the data center, you are just a stream of voltage running through the same silicon wafer as everyone else. There is no physical gap between you and him. You are processing on the same circuit. This explains the spooky feeling of knowing who is calling before you pick up the phone. It isn't telepathy. Telepathy implies sending a signal from radio A to radio B across a distance. This is direct file access. Since your brain is made of particles that have been entangled with the rest of the cosmos since the dawn of time, you are not sensing the other person. You are literally accessing their data because, on the fundamental layer of the hardware, you are them. The synchronicity is just the moment when the lag drops, and you realize that the privacy of your own mind is an illusion. You are not a standalone computer. You are a terminal logged into a mainframe that has never stopped calculating everything at once. If the idea of a quantum server feels too abstract, let's look at a case study that proves your life is scripted on a much cruder, wetter level. We are going to talk about the Jim twins. This is the gold standard for the argument against free will. It is the story that makes psychologists sweat. In 1940, two twin boys were born in Ohio. They were separated at birth, adopted by different families, and raised completely apart. They never met. They never spoke. They didn't know the other existed. 39 years later, they found each other. And when researchers compared their lives, the data looked like a glitch in the simulation. Both families, independently, had named the boys James. Both Jims grew up and became law enforcement officers. One a sheriff, the other a security guard. Both Jims enjoyed carpentry and mechanical drawing. Both Jims married a woman named Linda. Both Jims divorced Linda. Both Jims then remarried a woman named Betty. Both Jims named their first son James Allen. One spelled it Allen, the other Allen, but the sound was identical. Both Jims had a childhood dog named Toy. Both Jims chain-smoked Salem cigarettes. Both Jims drove a light blue Chevrolet. When they met, they realized they had been living the exact same life, down to the brand of nicotine and the name of the household pet, for 40 years. Now, look at that list again. You like to believe that you chose your car because you like the color. You think you chose your wife because you fell in love with her soul. You think you chose your career because it called to you. But the Jim twins prove that these choices are hard-coded subroutines. How can two separate men choose the name Toy for a dog? How can they both choose a woman named Linda? It implies that what you call your personality is just a biological algorithm executing a specific seed code. The DNA didn't just determine their eye color, it determined their taste in women, their addiction to nicotine, and their preference for Chevy sedans. If they were puppets, then so are you. You are walking through a life that feels like improvisation, but every time you turn left instead of right, you're just following a track laid down by your protein strings before you took your first breath. The script is in the blood, and you cannot rewrite it. If the Jim twins prove that your personal choices are hard-coded in your DNA, this next theory suggests that your skills and ideas aren't even located in your brain at all. We are taught that learning is a local biological process. You read a book, your neurons fire, Synapses form physical bridges, and the data is stored inside your skull like files on a hard drive. It feels private. It feels contained. But a Cambridge biologist named Rupert Sheldrake suggested a theory that got him stabbed by the scientific establishment. He called it morphic resonance. He proposed that memory is not stored in the brain. He argued that the brain is not a hard drive. It is a radio receiver. The files are stored in a non-local field called the morphic field, essentially a cloud storage for the entire species. This sounds like fringe madness until you look at the rats. In a famous series of experiments cited by Sheldrake, researchers at Harvard taught a group of laboratory rats to escape a complex water maze. It was difficult. It took the rats hundreds of attempts to learn the route. That is normal. But here is the anomaly. Once the Harvard rats mastered the maze, researchers in Australia, on the other side of the planet, placed a completely unrelated group of rats into an identical maze. These Australian rats had no contact with the Harvard rats. They were genetically distinct. There was no physical way for information to travel. But the Australian rats solved the maze significantly faster. They learned it almost immediately. It happened again and again. The more rats learned the trick in place A, the easier it became for rats in place B to learn it. It implies that learning is not a private act. When the Harvard rats solved the puzzle, they uploaded the solution to the species-wide cloud. The Australian rats didn't have to figure it out from scratch. They just downloaded the update. This explains why new ideas often appear to multiple inventors at the same time, like calculus being discovered by Newton and Leibniz simultaneously, or the telephone being invented by Bell and Gray on the same day. They weren't stealing from each other. They were both logged into the same morphic field, and the file had just finished uploading. This is the horror of the network theory. You think you're having an original thought. You think you're a genius for solving a problem. But in reality, you're just a terminal accessing a public folder. Your epiphanies are just data packets that someone else paid for with their suffering. And you are just the antenna that happened to be tuned to the right frequency to catch the signal. Biological fields are hard to measure. Biology is squishy and wet. But if this cloud really exists, we should be able to detect it with hardware. We should be able to see the static electricity of the human hive mind affecting machines. In 1998, researchers at Princeton University decided to build a ghost trap. They launched the Global Consciousness Project. They set up a network of 70 devices called eggs, scattered across the globe, from Alaska to Fiji to Berlin. Inside each egg is a hardware random number generator, RNG. It uses thermal noise to generate a stream of zeros and ones. It is essentially an electronic coin flipper. It flips a coin thousands of times a second. According to the laws of statistics, over time, the result should always balance out to 50-50. The graph should be a flat line of white noise. The machines are shielded. They are isolated. They are not connected to the internet. Nothing should be able to influence them. But the Princeton researchers found that the machines are not indifferent. When a massive emotional event hits the human population, the machines stop being random. During the funeral of Princess Diana, the graphs spiked. During the opening ceremony of the Olympics, they spiked. The electronic coins stopped landing randomly and started landing on heads in unison all over the world. The data suggests that intense, synchronized human emotion creates a physical field, a noosphere that imposes order on chaos. We are literally willing the entropy of the universe into structure just by feeling something together. The odds of these spikes happening by chance are calculated to be 1 in a trillion. This implies that the Earth has an EEG. We are the neurons of a planetary brain. When we panic, the planet panics. When we focus, the planet focuses. So, synchronicity might just be the result of you getting caught in a thought spike generated by millions of other people. You aren't experiencing a personal miracle, you are just being swept up in the brainwave of the collective organism. But the scariest data point from this project wasn't a reaction to a funeral. It was a reaction to an event that hadn't happened yet. And this anomaly breaks the timeline of history completely. We said that the Global Consciousness Project machines react to human emotion. That makes sense. We see a tragedy on TV, we panic, and the noosphere spikes, cause and effect. But on September 11th, 2001, the machines broke the rules of causality. When the first plane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center at 8:46 a.m., the random number generators went wild. That is expected. The world was watching in horror. But when the researchers looked closer at the timestamps, they found a tune of the The data didn't start deviating at 8:46 a.m. The spike began 4 hours earlier, at roughly 4 a.m. New York time, while the hijackers were still sleeping, while the passengers were making coffee, while the towers were standing silent in the dark. The 70 machines scattered around the planet suddenly synchronized. The white noise turned into structure. The entropy dropped. It was as if the planet itself had gasped before the blow landed. This anomaly suggests that the global mind is not bound by linear time. The collective unconsciousness of humanity somehow felt the trauma of the future event and reacted to it before the physics of the event had actually occurred. It implies that massive emotional energy creates a shockwave that travels backwards through time. The shadow of the event fell upon the timeline before the object cast it. If this is true, then intuition isn't a magical guess. It is a memory of the future. The reason you sometimes feel a bad feeling before a disaster is that, on the quantum level, the disaster has already happened to you, and the echo is rippling back to warn your present self. The future isn't a blank page. It is a train coming down the track, and the rails are vibrating long before you see the engine. This brings us to Act 4, and the concept that might be the most claustrophobic idea in physics, the block universe. If the future can send shockwaves back to the past, it means the future must already exist. It must be solid. To understand how detailed this solid future is, we have to look at a book that shouldn't exist. In 1898, an obscure American writer named Morgan Robertson published a novella called Futility. It was a story about the hubris of man. In the book, Robertson describes the largest ocean liner ever built. He calls it the Titan. He writes that the Titan is considered unsinkable by its builders. He describes it as the pinnacle of luxury. In the story, the Titan sets sail across the Atlantic in the month of April. It is moving too fast through dangerous waters. One night, it strikes an iceberg on its starboard side. Because the ship is considered unsinkable, it doesn't carry enough lifeboats. The Titan sinks, and nearly all the passengers freeze to death in the North Atlantic. Does this story sound familiar? 14 years later, in 1912, the Titanic set sail. The real ship was named Titanic, almost identical to Titan. It was the largest ship ever built. It was called Unsinkable. It hit an iceberg in April. It didn't have enough lifeboats. Even the technical specs were nearly a perfect match. The fictional Titan was 800 feet long. The real Titanic was 882 feet. The Titan had a speed of 25 knots. The Titanic had 24. Both had 3 propellers. Morgan Robertson wasn't a psychic. He wasn't a prophet. He was just a struggling writer trying to pay his rent. But the theory of the block universe suggests that Robertson committed an act of chronological plagiarism. He didn't invent the story. He accidentally accessed a memory leak. If all of time exists simultaneously, like a DVD that contains the beginning and the end at the same time, then the information about the sinking of the Titanic was already on the disc in 1898. It was just located a few inches to the right on the timeline. Robertson's brain just happened to glitch. It read the data from the future sector of the hard drive instead of the imagination sector. He thought he was writing fiction, but he was actually writing a news report for a tragedy that was already set in stone, waiting for the actors to arrive on set. If Morgan Robertson's prediction of the Titanic feels like a lucky guess based on engineering trends, this next case destroys that defense. It involves the master of macabre, Edgar Allan Poe, and a coincidence so specific that it feels like a glitch in the simulation's character naming protocol. In 1838, Poe wrote his only complete novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket. It is a brutal story about a shipwreck. In the book, 4 survivors are trapped in a lifeboat in the middle of the ocean. They are starving, dehydrated, desperate. After days of agony, they make the horrific decision to kill and eat one of their own to survive. They draw straws. The loser is the young cabin boy. The other 3 men kill him and feast on his body. Poe named this fictional cabin boy Richard Parker. The book was published. It was read as dark fiction. But 46 years later, in 1884, reality decided to plagiarize the plot. A real yacht named the Mignonette sank in a storm on its way to Australia. 4 real men escaped in a lifeboat. They drifted for weeks without food or water. Driven mad by hunger, the 3 older men decided to kill the youngest member of the crew to save themselves. They stabbed him in the neck and ate him. When the survivors were finally rescued and brought to trial, the world learned the name of the real cabin boy who was eaten. His name was Richard Parker. This is not a vague prediction. This is not a cold reading. Poe didn't just predict the shipwreck. He predicted the number of survivors, the act of cannibalism, and the exact first and last name of the victim. The odds of picking the name Richard Parker for a character who suffers that specific rare fate are astronomical. This suggests that Poe wasn't inventing a story. He was unknowingly viewing a remote sector of the timeline. The event of the Mignonette disaster was so traumatic. The sheer psychic weight of the murder was so heavy that it burned a hole through the time block and leaked backward into 1838. Poe thought he was writing a novel, but he was actually writing a police report for a crime that hadn't been committed yet. It implies that creativity is often just an act of remembering the future. How is it physically possible for a writer to remember the future? To answer that, we have to destroy your perception of now. You experience time as a flow. You think the past is gone, erased from existence. You think the future is a black void waiting to be filled. You think the present is the only thing that is real, moving forward like a spotlight in the dark. But in 1908, Herman Minkowski, the teacher of Albert Einstein, looked at the math of relativity and realized that our human perception is a lie. He famously declared, henceforth space by itself and time by itself are doomed to fade away into mere shadows, and only a kind of union of the two will preserve an independent reality. He proposed the concept of the block universe. Imagine a loaf of bread. One slice of the bread is the Big Bang. Another slice is the Jurassic period. Another slice is your birth. Another slice is your death. In the block universe, the whole loaf exists at once. The bread is baked. It is a solid, 4-dimensional crystal frozen in eternity. The dinosaurs are not dead in the sense that they are gone. They are just located at a different coordinate in the block, just like New York is located at a different coordinate than London. If you could fly down the time axis, you would see the T-Rex still hunting right now. They are still screaming in the past, just as you are reading this in the present. This means that now is an illusion of consciousness. It is just the point where your biological needle happens to be touching the record, but the whole song is already pressed onto the vinyl. This is why prophecies and memory leaks happen. The future events, the sinking of the Titanic, the death of Richard Parker, are already there. They are physical structures in the 4D crystal. Sometimes the light from those future events refracts through the block and hits a mind in the past. But the horror of the block universe is what it says about your freedom. If the future is already a solid object, you cannot change it. You cannot curve the track. Your death is not a potential outcome. It is a place. It is a physical room waiting for you down the hall. You're walking toward it, and every step you take, every breath you breathe, was frozen in the crystal 13 billion years ago. You're not living your life. You're just watching the playback. If the block universe sounds like a philosophical nightmare, you might try to comfort yourself by saying it is just a theory. You might say, well, Minkowski was a mathematician, not an experimentalist. Nobody has actually touched the future. But in 1978, the physicist John Archibald Wheeler proposed an experiment to do exactly that. And when we finally built the technology to run it, the results broke the arrow of time. It is called the delayed choice quantum eraser. To understand the horror of this test, we have to revisit the double slit experiment. When a photon flies toward two slits, it has a choice. If you're not watching, it acts like a wave and goes through both slits at once. If you're watching, measuring, it acts like a particle and picks one path. That is standard quantum weirdness. But Wheeler asked, what happens if we delay the decision to look? In his version of the experiment, the photon is fired. It passes through the slits. It travels across the room. It is mid-flight. The event of passing the slits is essentially history. It is in the past. After the photon has already passed the slits, but before it hits the back wall, the scientist makes a random choice. He can either turn on the sensors to see which path it took, or keep the sensors off. Common sense screams that the choice made now cannot affect the path taken then. The bird has already flown. You can't tell a bird to fly differently after it has already landed. But the experiment showed the impossible. If the scientists decided to measure the photon after it passed the slits, the data showed that the photon retroactively became a particle in the past. If the scientists decided not to measure it, the data showed that the photon retroactively became a wave in the past. Read that again. The decision made in the present, time t2, rewrote the physical history of the particle in the past, time t1. It implies that the photon somehow knew what the scientist was going to do in the future. It sensed the trap before the trap was set. Or, more terrifyingly, the act of measurement sent a command signal backwards down the timeline to edit the script. This destroys the idea that the past is immutable. If a subatomic particle can change its history based on a future event, then cause and effect is just a suggestion. The effect can create the cause. And if reality works this way at the bottom, then the history of your life is not a fixed record. It is a fluid document that is being constantly edited by the events of your future. So, the future can edit the past. This opens the door to a radical new model of physics proposed by the Israeli physicist Yakir Aharonov. It is called the two-state vector formalism. Usually we think of time like a river pushing us from behind. We believe that the state of the universe right now is determined solely by what happened 1 second ago. The past pushes the present. But Aharonov looked at the math and said, that is only half the equation. He argued that a quantum system is defined by two vectors. One vector comes from the past, the history vector, but a second vector comes from the future, the destiny vector. The present moment, the reality you're experiencing right now, is not a solo act. It is the crash site where the wave from the past collides with the wave from the future. To prove this, Aharonov developed a technique called weak measurement.
play Diablo. Have you guys played games or no? Okay. Well, I'm gonna solo for something back together. Just started. Yeah. Nick, I'm gonna talk to my mom real quick and about it for children. Yeah. Hey, mom, let's go. Oh, we just started. Yeah. Yeah. Back home now. Have fun with it. Good. I was late for the hunt. I don't remember the wedding night or last year. One was that and I was a picture of my mom where my mom is 64 with her girlfriend and probably some wine and some grass and some pharmaceuticals and a bunch of giggling and some night down and everything gets under the wall. Yeah. I would just there's a few times in my life that I mean I'm sure some times but there's well like in a certain situation where you know you're not out of the past and you're not around people because you're not there and it's such a good all right. All right, now good. Public hearing. What's in the class? Oh. Right. Okay, so server name is just H, capital H, lowercase I, password is VKL. No, capital H, lowercase a. Yeah, certainly. Loading in, and so it's capital S, I think. Definitely. I like so far. I really enjoy color effects. Do you remember like was this run off of just one person's quest or that shit? Surely it's not set up so that like oh yeah, sorry. I did ladder thing. But I'm not like fucking married to ladder. If we get started, I'm like, yeah, let's switch and whatever. Uh, yeah, no, if we like decide to make it fair enough. Although there should be no reason. I think it seems like POE when the ladder was over, 3 days was good standard anyway. So yeah, you're not gonna do anything like that. You just won't be able to play it in whatever you on. Speaking of remember being a stamp. Oh wow, so we can do the same thing without doing it, right? I know. Yeah. 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 Wow. Okay. Dead people? Yeah, I just found dead people. Do you want to? You might as well run together. Yeah, so we come back later. You made. Okay. So this, I've got it. I've got it healing for us, so just let me know if that's so I should do that. I put 6 points on mine. Do I push down? All right. It's okay. See this. Oh, yeah. I need to buy that like eggs food here just there. One second, I got some shit I can drop in this. What are you put them like this, like a laundry stuff? Okay, shit on that. And how are you doing on pushing? Then you got like my whole bell maxed out, zeros, and 4 extra output. That's okay. That's fine. Okay. But yeah, that's fine. Right, dig down. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, right. That's cool. Alright, let's keep them on. So you have one monster left on your blood pressure as well? Their ability to change, man. Right? You gotta pull down, like, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the system control thing already. Yeah, I think it's like in the ferry lot next to the yeah, first one. I got it. Sorry. Here and everything. You're welcome. Hope you feel like your day. Okay. You will. I love you now. I love you, Ruthie. Okay. All right. Is your crossover? Boss. There's some yellow gloves, I'll check them. I see what's that. fuck yeah, dude. Yellow gloves that are plus 13 attack, plus 24 enhanced defense, plus 1 strength, 1 to dexterity, there's I've got 2 count portals, you know. I think we should portal back before we do this. I got some shit to sell. Jungle socket, increase their ability, but what's the 2 do compared to just hold multiple? Is that what it does? Yeah, 2 month count portal or 2 months in there. Yeah. Okay. That's crazy. I thought it was pronounced 2. Why? Oh, really? Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. And then I assume we can like refill that salt, right? Oh, cool. I got an undead scepter. Rocket on the scepter. It's a box. Well, it's over here. Okay. I'm not gonna see that many households. Okay. I should say that. Anyway, right. But it's like that. Yeah. Damn. Alright, so I can go pick up my shit around the third. Drop a account photo. Back to God damn. Yeah. There you go, baby. Right. There you go. Anything is up? So yeah, we talked about mapping out. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking shit. guys on the top real quick. With that, let's get more documents. More of that. That would be- We go ahead and use the photo, clear out the career. Yeah. We haven't seen any, work when conflict again, have we? Yellow? Jeez, man. bitch, I'm frozen, god damn it. Okay, now I got. Let's see. Very nice. I picked up a good melee, pretty melee. It's just a way to like make stuff. Lots of attack rating, strength, stats, fire, resistance. Yeah. Even like I'll be fast up front. I just bought 20 of them. But all five points of the right down. Nice. 9% started. I forgot about the whole recording card payoff, this reward thing. Fucking cool game. Where's our quest at?
stuff in there. It's okay. I'll talk to her.
entire, public health. I wonder why I was on it. What the fuck ever. I'm gonna have to start with. Actually, yeah, dude, I'm totally down for that. So. Fuck yeah, dude, I'm taking it. I might even sign up for my own Game Capsule bit so I can play on my phone. Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do that. Yeah, Game Capsule Ultimate, you can do the like stream gaming where you can play on literally any device on the Wi-Fi. And it's like should be no latency. So you can get one of those controllers that will build your phone and fucking be playing every task and shit. I know. Any game too, dude. It's crazy. Like any game. So I know. I've been reading some shit, and that's pretty much what that's what they're planning on the future of gaming needs is that you no longer buy Xboxes. You just like pay a monthly subscription, and as long as you have fast internet, you're streaming your game. Yeah. Yeah, dude. And like my thinking that I wanted to have a digital or wanted to have this shit, like that was so outdated. I'm perfectly fine with never owning another physical disc in my phone. It's just really like yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, dude. Shit went fast, didn't it? Went real fast.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Awesome. Great, dude. I can't wait to start making videos. I'm looking forward to getting this. Ooh, it's my mercenary that I can fucking sick. Yeah. Oh, really? Right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. So inner sight illuminates nearby enemies and cold arrow. And then that's what I was saying, do I choose to switch between freezing arrow or exploding arrow? So I'm gonna just freezing arrow. Right. Okay, so when you're playing solo, just kind of keep in mind I'm looking for a new scepter and shield, and I'll play out for a wand or staff or something. Oh yeah. That means good. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I think what I might do is maybe I'll keep this as my newest character. I'll try to rotate myself. Yeah. All right, brother. Talk to you later, man.
At that point, you get bigger, and you can alternate points and concentration or kind of like damage once you get a few points and bigger. So once you get 5 points and bigger, 12 or 7 points of less aim, then you can go back and forth. 1 concentration, 1 to bigger, 1 concentration, 1 to bigger. And you'll just keep doing this all the way until this gets to 20. And until this gets to 20. Then once you've done that, and here you can see I'm level 64 or 61. So I'll run out of skills. But once you do that, then you can start putting points in the plus name and go from there. Now, is there anything else that you might want to get? We're going to want to work towards holy shield at some point in this build. So I like to generally wait until I have an issue for me. That I feel like I really need to get to it, which I'd say generally comes in like the middle of Nightmare. I start feeling like, okay, getting the holy shield isn't a bad idea. So you can put a point in the smite, bonus points, and holy shield. Maybe put 1 to 3 points in it, and then you're going to get some of those plus skills. This is nice because it gives you good block chance, which is very helpful, and then also better block frames. So you'll want to get there eventually as you're kind of going along with that. Additionally, Salvation is a fantastic 1-point wonder. 60 all res whenever you're running it, so you can literally just put it on and your resistances just kind of go insane. And it's fantastic. If you also want to get a point into Redemption or into Meditation, these are also skills that a lot of people like to get. You're already going to be right there, so it's another 1-point wonder. Meditation is going to give you a mana regen. And then you're going to 4 pounds of bodies that have been killed and restores the life of mana. So that can be useful for clearing out corpses or whatever it is, right? So that kind of covers your skills right there. You're just going to be stacking up your weapon hammer and then the synergies. Now let's move over to the stats. So for stat purposes, you're going to start out generally, you're not even going to do a lot with your strength whatsoever. If you want, you're going to be putting 1 point into dexterity so that you can use the scimitar, right? So if you go to normal, you can chop a 2-foot socket scimitar, and you can put tier L into it, and it will produce a strength or a steel ruler. So go ahead and do that now. Terra Elrune. And now you have a steel which has 25 IS and a little bit of extra damage. This can be very useful for the entire time that you are using Holy Fire, right? Because that'll give you fast attack speed, which is more hits, which then are boosted by the Holy Fire damage. So starting out, you're going to go into steel, and you're going to also look for the runes for the stealth armor, which we just said right there, which is Taleth. So Taleth, Tyrell are your most desired things. You can also go Neptune or Innadir. You can also go for a 2-foot socket helm with like 2 rowels in it or something, or 2 tiers in it, whatever it is, right? Amulets, just look for things with like life and resistance and that stuff. Ancient's Pledge is what we want for a shield to get to Act 5. You can also put this in a 3-foot socket paladin shield to get you a few more resistances from the paladin shield itself. For a scepter, anything with plus hammer is really nice. FCR and the resistances, and then just a random belt just to have the slots, or if you get a nice belt with once again life, res, stats, those are all really nice. Okay, so you'll want to be focusing on that sort of stuff. As far as foods, would be nice to find 10 FRW boost, whatever. Now, once we kind of move forward and get to Nightmare, we're going to be doing a little bit more with our gear here. And I'm kind of mixing stats and gear because basically for your stats, you're going to wear enough in your stats so you can wear your gear. Starting out, like I said, I'm pretty much only putting the points, that 1 point into dexterity.
It's really good to see you back where you belong, where you are. Is where I belong. When Calls the Heart, new episode streaming Mondays on Hallmark Plus.
Paramount Plus.
Stardate 2341. Our government counter reform. The process of change Stardate 1. One of the oldest, most unwritten space missions in the federation. Newly repaired, not war. Here the crew will be attacked and must be first. While I have to it doesn't matter. My friends and most but my fiance. Throughout the range of time, our lives get worse and shorter.
Well, pardon for me. Never as always. You need to be a focus.
Friends, what is never and always friendship.
This Paladin costs more than your car. For the value of these items, you could also buy a Benz or a Ferrari. Great Greg is celebrated in the community as the most expensive weapon in the game. It has appeared several times in Cody's videos. Check out this diadem. More than 54 stats. The GG Vortex shield with over 640 defense. This ring is not far from being all perfect. And then this godly piece of an armor. So don't be a noob. And watch out for yellow loot.
You will have to explain and investigate the business.
Do you understand that?
You undertake to rehabilitate those from conditional crimes by showing them the true passable demonic.
Please. I have an invitation to criminal victim. Points to me. So I have to order. Having funded in
You're a fighter in where you must be using on a playthrough to make it so much easier for you. First up, you make it into a second armor using 10 or this makes it stealth. You can make this as early as act 1 on the normal difficulty, and so powerful you can probably use it all the way through your playthrough, all 3 difficulties. If somehow you don't find the armor along the way, you can easily shot one from normal difficulty Charcy, and these runes you get from normal difficulty Countess. Next one most people are going to want to get is in a war socketed sword, probably prefer a crystal sword. That is ripcord you're going to use, which comes out on your mercenary help out with all those casters. That's a 4-socketed polearm with rail tier talon soul to make yourself an insight. It's a huge amount of damage on a weapon this early on when you can go ahead and make this. And also, that meditation orb will keep your mana up. Just make one as soon as you can in the first polearm you can make it in. And once again, you're probably going to have to run Nightmare Count just to get all the runes. Next, I'm actually throwing you an honorable mention right here. It's a 2-socketed helm or soul. Gets you some good stuff, including that 1 to all skills. The helm is really easy to get if you don't find money. Once again, you can shop these straight from Charcy in normal difficulty. But what I usually do on a playthrough is just stick whatever runes I kind of find, preferably Rels and Orcs, since fire and lightning is the most punishing of the resistances that you kind of want to go ahead and get. And this way, it'll help out your survivability in the playthrough way more. So I guess you could say I kind of make my own room. And if you're looking to get a good shield, it takes a little bit longer to get a shield room. But Shale Method, a 2-socketed shield, makes you ride. And good block rate and block chance cannot be frozen. And a little bit of magic find to go ahead and help you hopefully find better gear. The shield is probably holding your spot until you get yourself a spirit shield. You already know about the double slit experiment. Good. What you think you do. A particle is fired through the barrier with 2 slits. Nobody checks which slit it goes through. It produces an interference pattern on the detector behind the barrier, or waves. If someone places a detector at the slits to watch which path the particle takes, the interference pattern vanishes. Particles.
Give me a chance to captain. I'm afraid we have a bit of a situation.
Do you guys have
Lots of rotating delegations here, and they're quite insistent on seeing you right now.
This level 30 paladin is crap. But there's one piece of gear that would make him way better. I bet you've never seen it. This guy's been known to put down a few eyeballs while briefing folks. He's also fond of playing legitimate puzzles. His inventory is filled with these, which bear a striking resemblance to the charms you find on a higher level here. He has a number of elements that he uses depending on the matchup, and he's got a closet full of outfits for the exact same reason. This is his weapon of choice, but in level 30 rules, you can get pretty tricky with your weapons. This one, for example, hits like a truck and allows you to wear a shield against those non-casters. These ones give him the ability to use skills against his opponents that he hasn't pressed. And speaking of which, the little version of B2, there was a free buff, which was godly for this build. This scepter gave the build 3 additional skill points because it spawned with plus to holy shit. Unfortunately, items like this can only spawn because of a bug in the game, and that bug was fixed in B2R. So while it would be nice to have even more damage with scepters like this, I guess it's kind of a good thing, because it's level 30 paladin is crap. But there's one piece of gear that would make him way better. I bet you've never seen it. This guy's been known to put down a few high levels while briefing bugs. He's also fun to play legitimate puzzles. His inventory is filled with these, which bear a striking resemblance to the charms you find on a higher level character. He has a number of elements that he uses depending on the matchup, and he's got a closet full of outfits for the exact same reason. This is his weapon of choice, but in level 30 rules, so you can get pretty tricky with your weapons. Good duel, man! This one, for example, hits like a truck.
I appreciate it. You and I are on the same page. Casual, passionate, fun. You're on a business page. Very entertaining time. How would being chased by my baby fun?
Oh, good. Were you like so happy? You know what? I'm warming to it.
anyways, make sure it's done right. Nice hat, by the way.
Fine. I'll take it off. Hoodies do have fun for sure.
Are you kidding? They don't sure leave, they sure stay.
No. It's just one of those girls. She's got
What's it? Work bundle. It's stupid. They only don't know what they're talking about. Yes, they did. They would be honest. Have you heard this?
Oh, God. Of course it's not.
What's that, Chuck? That's nothing. Show me. It's mommy. Chuck, if you want to be in the gang, you have to be cool like daddy. Put the thing down. If you want to be cool, you have to act cool. Look at that. How cool it is. You need to forget it. The dates. Lots of people. See, when you drug gun, you have to be cool as a
Yes, we agreed that time would be for us.
What's right here, what?
I chose not to wear these
Yeah, one of the people's dead from that. Jesus, melatonin cells. Yeah, so this is melatonin empty now?
Your time is perfectly compensated in that.
Measure house, boys.
We may also be
Oh, don't.
You know, I'm not quite sure how this happened, but I've somehow never made a video about only used being played. I've been aware of him for a long time, probably one of the first, and not the first, quote, whole cow, quote, that I ever heard of. Watch them basically drink themselves to death on a daily basis back in some of those early CX days. Some of those early RV streams were genuinely entertaining, but of course, everything always gets overexposed. Trying to milk stuff, and then obviously having, substance issues never makes it easier. Blaine is probably most famous for being an absolute drunk, whether on stream or off. Over the past couple of years, people like Keemstar, Ice Beside, and many others tried to help him get away from this, but unfortunately, he always heads back to square one. And recently, he's been taking care of his mother in a nursing home type situation, and he's been living with them for free, I might add, but has somehow gotten back into live streaming and, of course, drinking. There was a short period of time there where he seemingly was on the up and up, and now it's more degenerate than ever. So let's check it out.
Shit. Let's go. I can't read that. I need a haircut. Skinny. Skinny head of a kid. Jesus, what?
Now, this is a nursing home type of place. The only reason he's even welcome to be here is because he is an in-house caregiver for his mother, allegedly anyway. And from recent updates, he has absolutely been a degenerate, as you're seeing, shot after shot. And these are not even normal shots. In the next couple of clips, you're going to see him taking basically full cups of Jaeger to the face. If you're taking multiple swallows, I'm sorry, that's not a shot, my friend.
I'm not gonna be out here like some sort of saint like I've never drank in my life. This is from somebody who has experience with drinking. That's why I know what a shot is. And anybody who's done a little drinking themselves can definitely tell you what you're about to see is incredibly diabolical.
You're right.
I'm a little bit dull. Thank you, dude. Well, thank you. Don't bother me.
Wango, wait. Yes, sir, Dad. Hit coffee and Capsule, mate. New good marker now. There's 4 or 5 cells in her now.
I don't know where it felt like it. Get a little drink around.
I honestly don't even know if King Cobra himself could match up with only Use Me Blade's drinking debauchery. Not only is he taking massive shots, well, really chugging glasses of alcohol, but he's also drinking the most sugary, migraine-inducing possible alcohol, which is this Jägermeister. That's something I liked to do when I was younger. I didn't really mind doing Jaeger bombs and stuff like that in my early 20s, but now in my 30s, oh boy. And I know Blade is quite a bit older than me, and I can't imagine how his kidneys, his liver, his whole body feels. Ain't no way. But somehow, some way, he keeps doing it. I'm sure there's some sort of addiction involved here, obviously. But it only gets worse from here, guys. This is all from one stream, by the way. This is from his Valentine's Day celebration. There's a bunch more I'll throw in here, too. I'm surprised I haven't really covered more of this earlier, like I said, just because of how fucking insane this is.
5 down. 3 together. How many of them 3? There,
Blake looks like a broken father who just found out his daughter is dating a black guy.
Something you come to notice really quickly, though, about Blade is he says a lot of questionable things, especially the N-word, much more than he should. And while we're not here to really drag anybody down for some mundane-ass racist comments, it definitely is like a cherry on top when it comes to all the other BS this guy does. This next clip is actually why I wanted to make this video. I've been aware for some time that he is taking care of his mom, and I did know for a minute there he seemed to be on the right track. But this is sad, man. Bro can't walk, can barely get out of bed, basically crapping himself, pissing himself right there. Stream on the entire time, belly out, balls out. And he's talking to his mom like she's crazy for being concerned that it's like 4 a.m. and he's drunk as shit and still awake when he has to help her out in just an hour or two. Devious, absolutely devious.
What's going on? Stop calling me, Mom. You're calling me a lot, Mom. Stop calling me. I'm trying to. Stop calling me, Mom. I love you, Mom.
The thing about only Use Me Blade, though, is when you think he can't embarrass himself any further, he somehow finds a way to just absolutely make an ass of himself. Here's another recent stream of his where he nearly gets arrested for whatever reason, apparently just being drunk in public, probably harassing the people at this burger place. They ask him to leave, he refuses to go, and well, you can see that they begin to call the cops on him, and eventually he runs away. But unfortunately, buddy, you can't always run away from your problems, especially when you're only stumbling about 10 feet away in the parking lot because you're pissed drunk, trying to get into somebody else's car that's not your own. I think it's even more sad that the people that Blade surrounds himself with are obviously not the greatest of friends. The guy wouldn't even walk over and have homeboys back for some time. It would take quite a while for him to remotely walk over there and try to help Blade. And then after the fact, he would try to spin it and gaslight the situation and say, oh no, I totally know the reason why you didn't get arrested. Well, you can clearly see him standing across the street for a majority of the time, just staring and being too scared to do anything. Look, if you've done nothing wrong and you're not drunk yourself, you're not causing the problem, there's no reason the police are going to mess with you. Just being drunk isn't a crime. Being belligerent, being a complete asshole and inconsiderate to all the other people around you is when you're going to start bringing attention to you. If you're just drunk in public, acting like a normal human being, you'll probably be fine. Not to say that you should go out there drinking a bunch of Jägermeister, being a complete douchebag, but I mean, there are ways of doing this. Moderation is key, and people like Blaze and people around Blaze don't understand what that moderation is very clearly. To Alex Data.
I'm pretty close to what I used to do.
As we can see, only UV Blade has awful people around him. He had people that care about him outside of his mother, and she is clearly sick, and he needs to be taking care of her. But since he's too busy getting absolutely smashed at any given point, I'm very curious to see how that will continue to go. He'll only be welcome there for so long by the people that run that place. I'm very clear and very, very sure about that. But we're not going to stop covering Blade. This video was more of just dipping my toes into the water to see how you guys might react. But I actually already have a part 2 ready to go and drop on you from his Super Bowl extravaganza, which was even more diabolical than this. When you think that somebody can only be a useless drunk for so long in their life, and then you see somebody who's made a career out of it like this guy has, but only gets more diabolical with it every time, we haven't even gotten to the times where he's pissed to crap himself yet on stream. That's going to be all in the next video. Much love to you all. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Be sure to hit that like button, throw down your comments down below, subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you soon.
They expect special treatment, but what they get instead is a hard dose of reality. Here are 5 cases when super entitled parents get reality check by cops.
55th Street on the shoulder.
Grandma steps in
No
to
other
be a
than scrap like
witness
that, I'll
and
make
fails her
one
own
red.
test.
Custard
The
love chewing
traffic
and
stop
Francis
is
on the
takes a
scale.
turn when an older woman
Yo, Mac.
trying to make a
Hi,
U-turn
Daddy.
in a one-way
Oh,
area.
Blair.
Let's take a look at what happens next.
Really, my dude? Really, my dude?
This is my first perfect grandchild. Farming terrorized Mephisto for yellow dust because I need to make some tokens. And on my way down, I spotted this grandchild.
What is it?
Chicken scale. Mephisto, I jumped through the red portal to Act 4, and I used Kane to ID it.
Mom bought me a shitload of books.
Nice, what'd you get?
Night Lords, the Omnibus, the Remnant Blade, and book 4 of the Horse Heresy, Flight of the Eyes of the Sun.
Sick, dude.
One, 2005. What are you doing? Get out of it. You can't go this way. It's one way. Bitch, yeah.
Sight, like, put it in perspective, I really like that shit. Shit, really like shit. Put it on my butter. I ain't tripping. I ain't playing around. Break that down. Shit for real. I'm set up for life. On my soul.
I was trying to make a U-turn because I saw you stop the man trying to cross the road. Trying to cross the road.
Hey, come here. Listen to this real quick.
And witness. If you will
This way of talking is the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Dude.
Oh, God. Sight, like, put it in perspective, I really like that shit. Shit, really like shit.
Oh, dude, there's this kid on my school.
That is seriously the most retarded shit
There's
ever.
this kid on my school. His name is fuck, I don't know his name. It's like it's like a Mexican with broccoli hair, dude. The Ganglish he speaks is actually fucking intelligible. I mean,
Right.
I play the Epstein path on TFR right now. Oh shit, I'm gonna do that.
Hey, hold on. Should I get a unicorn song?
If I ever catch you talking like that, kid, I'm gonna whoop your ass, but.
Bert, you heard me? Bert, you heard me? You heard me? Around that bird, you know what I'm saying?
For real though, I will beat you up though, okay? And that's on camera. That's verified and validated. So you can't come back and be like, I didn't know.
In 2012, a team at the Austrian Academy of Sciences in Vienna ran a version of this experiment where the choice to observe or not observe was made by a quantum random number generator, a machine, no human in the loop, no consciousness anywhere near the decision, and the results were identical. The pattern changed. The particle's history reorganized itself to be consistent with a choice made by a device that has no more awareness than a light switch. And the part that should keep you up tonight is not that reality responds to observation. It is that reality responds to something else entirely.
So it's your weekend.
Something
Here we go.
Cannot define, cannot explain, and cannot agree. The double slit experiment has a second layer.
Yesterday,
Worse than the first. But to
I came home and did like
see the first layer clearly, not the simplified version.
I think like 9 pillow turtle bed out here.
The actual experiment.
And it was pretty sick.
See, the way you're supposed to do it is I just like having something on all sides of me. Well, you're supposed to do it right. You get a nice bed, pillows like every side, then you take like a comforter, you put it all over the pillows, and then you tie it under the bed, and you sleep on top of that. Bonus points, throw a heating pad or like a heating blanket under it.
I dig it. Well, Max Pillow Turtle Bed is where it's at. Your pillows plus my pillows, all on one bed. Pillow overload, bro.
He became a fellow of the Royal Society at 21. He made foundational contributions to optics,
Insane pillowness.
television, Egyptology, and
Pillow insanity.
Cambridge students called him Phenomenon Young, and they meant it as both a compliment and a warning. In 1801, Young was appointed Professor of Natural Philosophy
And then today,
institution in London. He delivered 91 lectures over 2
Woke up super early, went and saw a movie with Jacob.
and came home.
As the most beautiful experiment.
Excuse me, I feel like I did some shopping back there. Huh?
There's this 40K like card, or there's this Warhammer card game I've been playing for like 30K. And it's kind of just like Magic the Gathering, and I just like played the card wrong. I played the card right, but then I used it on the wrong guy for some reason. So I thought it completely destroys the unit, not that if I do it X amount of times I get funny stuff.
He pushed the second card toward one side of the first, blocking one of the two beams. The fringe vanished on both sides. That was the proof. The pattern required both beams interacting. Light was a wave. Young presented the results in his 1803 Bakerian lecture to the Royal Society, published in Philosophical Transactions the following year. He described it as so simple and so demonstrative a proof of the general law of the interference of two portions of light that he expected it to settle the debate between
What the fuck? Oh, that's gay as shit. Fuck you, man.
It did not settle anything. It nearly destroyed his career. Henry Peter Brougham, co-founder of the Edinburgh Review and a devoted follower of Newton's particle theory of light, launched a series of anonymous attacks in January 1803 that were vicious even by the standards of the era. His opening salvo declared that Young's paper contains nothing which
I need you to stay alive for like one turn, man. Please just don't kill my Nick. Okay, fuck you, dude. You know what?
Broken had personal
Well,
reasons.
fuck you, jackass.
Young, writing under a pseudonym, had previously criticized a young gentleman in Edinburgh for rediscovering known facts. That young gentleman was Brogan. The personal growth aside, Brogan represented something larger. He represented an establishment.
What'd you say is in here?
Chicken scampi.
Oh, okay.
Your lordship.
Are you?
Newton was sacred. Therefore, evidence of waves was.
Should I put it in the fridge, or where do you want me to do this?
It's for you.
Okay, I'm not gonna eat it right at the moment. So.
Research sank into what historians describe as
Thank you very much. Only because I literally just finished eating.
He abandoned
fried rice.
He turned to Egyptology and medical
Is that a new cologne you
No, that's the one I've had for a long time. Yeah.
I'm just gonna look at you donuts. Less than
His monument in Westminster Abbey describing him
how was your weekend?
Good.
Think about that for a
I
moment.
didn't do much though.
Yeah.
That revealed something fundamental about the nature of reality. The establishment buried it, not because the experiment was wrong, not because the evidence was ambiguous, but because the implication was too uncomfortable to absorb.
Ooh.
The evidence
I informed all your cousins and aunts and
and rather than
everybody that
the establishment attacked the person who found
about your local or latest achievements.
Right.
And everybody's super proud of you. Did you get texts or calls from anybody?
Virginia made a group chat, just pleased me. I
Good.
guess.
Good.
It has been peer reviewed and confirmed across multiple laboratories on multiple continents. And the mainstream popular understanding of what the double slit experiment means is still stuck on a version of the story that was incomplete by 1982. That should make you angry, not because scientists are hiding the truth. They are not. The papers are public, but because the actual implications of what those papers say are too uncomfortable for popular science communication to deliver with a straight face, so they give you the first layer, the neat, clean, slightly spooky version, where consciousness is special and observation is mysterious, and reality responds to human awareness. And they leave the second layer in the journals where it belongs.
I downloaded or installed
But where almost no
Diablo 2 on the Xbox.
to look. But first,
Oh,
you
nice
need to
box.
understand something about the experiment itself. Not the metaphor, not the analogy with balls going through doors that every YouTube explainer uses. The actual physical experiment, what it requires, what it produces, and why 160 years after Young's sunbeam, there was still a raging debate about what it means. Because the modern version of the double slit experiment, the one done with single particles instead of beams of light, revealed something so deeply strange that Richard Feynman, who understood quantum mechanics better than almost anyone who has ever lived,
No, my
said in
niggas.
1965 that it contains the only mystery of quantum physics, not one of the mysteries. Every other quantum weirdness, entanglement, superposition, tunneling, all of it traces back to what happens when a single particle encounters two open slits. And what happens is this.
Oh, I'm stupid. Why didn't I do that?
One at a time.
Oh, okay. That makes no sense at all. Actually, I don't know why I said that. But
Two particles being in the apparatus simultaneously.
which means you get more damage. Which means you just
A single indivisible dot, a point, unambiguously a particle. But after you fire thousands of them, one at a time, the dots accumulate into a pattern. And the pattern is not a random scatter. It is not two clusters behind the two slits, which is what you would expect if each particle went through one slit or the other like a bullet through a doorway. The pattern is an interference pattern, bright bands and dark bands, the exact pattern.
What the hell?
There's something uniquely unsettling about a mystery that predates the internet itself, but didn't take root until it was. There's something uniquely unsettling about a mystery that predates the internet
Should we
itself,
become grave
but
robbers?
didn't take root until it was discovered
Nigga,
online.
what?
Do you want to be? Should we become grave robbers?
Anyone can be identified through facial
It's
recognition.
probably a pretty easy scam. You just dig up
The
dead
idea that a
bodies,
person could appear on camera for nearly
film all the ones with the bodies
no
flopping out,
their identity,
and sell it on the internet, dude.
anonymous decades later feels almost impossible. Yet that's exactly what happened with a grainy VHS recording that has come to be known as grave robbing for morons. It's a roughly 26-minute video featuring a young man who claims to be an experienced grave robber and proceeds to deliver what can only be described as a tutorial on the subject. The footage is bizarre and disturbing, and since it first surfaced online in the late 2000s, nobody has been able to definitively answer the three central questions it raises. Who made the video? When exactly was it made? And is any of what's depicted actually real? The video itself is remarkably straightforward in its presentation, almost disarmingly so. A young man, likely a teenager,
We should start making movies.
20s, sits in what appears to be a cluttered.
Do you have a camera
He's wearing jeans and a leather jacket. His long dark hair
that you can do movies with?
No.
And he's holding what looks very
What would we need?
Throughout
Can you do it with your iPhone?
his methods for
I mean, yeah, if I wanted to.
discusses the best times of year.
Let's start making like
and mentions that skulls
dramatic clips.
He identifies himself only as
Let's start making like dramatic clips, like short films,
Gino, who appears to be operating the camera.
where we are like
He has a
enacting
noticeable
things.
speech impediment,
Does that make sense?
and the entire production has the raw, unpolished
Like
feel of something recorded in somebody's
we just like
Understanding how this video reached the public requires stepping
Like
back and
role
see
play
what doesn't exist anymore. The underground video
dramatic moments between father and son that might
they might like reflect our real times that we've had, but just like weird, bizarre, dramatic, heavy, deep moments between a father and son, and then the people are just like, whoa. I don't know, like, but make it seem like it's candid. You know what I mean? Like we're not purposely. It's like it's on accident that we accidentally caught this moment between us.
This compilation contains 4 distinct segments of varying quality and tone, each roughly 30 minutes long. Some of the other segments were later proven to be what essentially amounted to low-budget homemade horror flicks.
Like I'm sitting on the couch and I'm running my digital time capsule stream, and you come in and you're like,
but more on that in a bit.
make up some big dramatic thing that happened.
Yeah. It didn't gain much traction until
But it's something that didn't actually happen, but you pretend, and then we just kind of roll with it, you know? Like you think of something fucking outrageous to claim happened, and then you come in and I'll play as if it's real.
What followed was significant research.
You know?
And it was discovered that the seller of the DVD compilation received it from a private collector in the early 2000s.
Like coming out as gay.
Unfortunately, though, the man who compiled the videos together
Or
was
straight
no
or something.
famous record keeper.
Or all come out
He
as
wasn't
gay.
sure where exactly he met the private collector, nor did he recall
Son,
any conversation.
I have something to tell you.
That said,
Daughter, can you sit down? I have something to tell you. You know?
Despite calls for this individual to come
You remember I left your mom 4 years ago, right? Yeah. Well, I have something to tell you now.
One of the few concrete clues about when the video was produced comes from within the footage itself. Visible in the room during the recording is a
Sometimes
VHS
when a
copy of
man
the
and
Dead
another
Dude,
man like
Dead
each
by
other,
Number, which wasn't released on home video
but
until
they don't know how
1987.
to share their
For many
feelings.
years, this was thought to be the only definitively identifying object in the video.
They might go on a fishing trip.
However, an intrepid redditor who goes by the
And on the
username
way,
CPager would later
they
identify
stop
a
at
copy of the
Walmart
magazine
to
on
get
tape.
bait.
It was a Fangoria spin-off magazine that was
Maybe
published
those
on July
guys
16th,
find each other in the
1989.
bathroom because one of them
Further
pooped their
narrowing
pants
down
and he
the
asked for
timeline.
help. And the next
As
thing
of
you
now,
know,
everything else in the room is consistent with the very late
Terry and I are just
or the very early
going at it in a
1990s.
Walmart in
No
Arkansas.
further
I didn't
clues
plan for this.
suggest
He
the
didn't
work
plan
that
for
day.
this.
Most researchers have settled
But
on
Terry
the
and I are in love,
approximately
and we're moving in
1989
together,
to
okay?
1990 as the most likely period of production.
Don't look at me like that. I'm still your father.
Internet sleuths have proposed
It's just that you
several
have two
theories
fathers
about the
now.
young man in the video. The most prominent
Don't cry. It's okay.
Casamassima,
Things will be
a
okay.
real New York grave robber who was arrested in the late 1990s. At one point in the video, the narrator
No, I probably won't start wearing dresses or painting my nails, but you never know.
begin with the syllables of Casamassima's surname.
I don't know, something like that.
This was long before
But
the
serious.
most likely scenario, until
Wouldn't that be fun?
evidence ran counter. The first is that Casamassima would have been at least 30 years
I'll
old,
comment and be like,
much older than the young man pictured.
I killed somebody with my car today.
The debate was the discovery of
Don't tell
photographs
anybody.
of Casamassima, which clearly
In
shows
Minecraft.
that he would have been the man in the video. Another recurring theory across the internet identifies the narrator.
I think you got a med called in today.
Huh?
I think you might have got a medication called in today.
Okay.
And ran a shop selling bootleg
What do you want me to do about it?
including movies.
Huh?
What do you want me to do about it?
Nothing.
The nickname
Just letting you know.
stemmed from his reputation for cheating people.
Did your mom say anything to you about that?
No.
Across different platforms have repeated the same story, with most claiming that Screws has been
Still okay
dead
with
for
everything?
roughly 2 decades.
Yeah.
While the
Okay.
consistency of these claims is notable, forum posts from anonymous users don't constitute reliable evidence. Further, nobody has ever been able to verify this
I'm glad I-
identification through any official records.
I'm glad I
or
spoke to
credible
mine and
It looks
got
as
on
though the
medication.
initial identification of this young man as Screws stems back to a YouTube comment. It's possible that all the additional seemingly independent comments confirming that he was the guy
God, I
are
hate
all
this
working
phone.
from the same initial anonymous source.
The blood pressure meds really help, but I still
Perhaps
need
the
my
most compelling contextual theory doesn't
mental
identify
health
the
meds,
narrator
you
at
know?
all, but
Yeah.
instead suggests where his ideas may have come from. In 1984, a Long Island teenager named Ricky Casso was arrested for the slaying of his friend Gary Lowers in what was described as a satanic ritual. Before the act, Casso had been involved
So
in grave
sinister,
robbing,
bro.
and his friend Randy Gettler had
You're
been
going to
arrested
the
for stealing
woods.
the
You're
skulls
going
that
to
had
the
from a
woods.
mausoleum. During questioning, Gettler told police he'd heard he could get $500 to $600 for a skull at an occult shop in New York City. In 1987, author David St. Clair published a heavily fictionalized account of the Casso case titled Say You Love Satan. The book was popular among teenage metalheads and proto-edgelords, and it included a passage about a Greenwich Village store that paid $500 for a skull. The narrator of Grave Robbing for Morons repeats this claim almost identically, strongly suggesting he'd read the book. This connection, combined with what appears to be a Long Island or greater New York accent, paints a picture of a misfit who was likely inspired by local dark folklore. One of the most debated aspects of the video is the skull itself. The general consensus among both experts and amateur investigators is that the skull Anthony holds throughout the video is genuine. It appears to be a real human skull, and one that he incorrectly identifies as male when it actually exhibits characteristics more consistent with a female skull. This detail is actually somewhat important because it undermines the idea that Anthony possessed any real expertise. Much of his advice throughout the video is either impractical, clearly wrong, or appears to have been lifted directly from the Say You Love Satan book. His instructions on dealing with potential witnesses, for example, have been cited as a strong indicator that he was making things up as he went along. Personally, I agree with this assessment, and I'll let Anthony tell it in his own words, because honestly, this part is too silly not to include.
If you have to knock them out, knock them out so that way they think it's a Jew. It's best not to kill, but if it's necessary, do it.
There's also another part of the video where he casually drops that you can easily get $1 million for a celebrity skull, citing the potential for a big money Elvis heist.
So if you want to up Elvis or something, you get at least $1 million for it. Alright, if you want around the world, at least get $1 million for it. When you get high prices, the more famous they are, you get those high prices. Right? So if that person really wants it, they will get that money. But otherwise, it's not worth it. And always ask for money up front.
The prevailing view among serious researchers is that while the skull is likely real, Anthony and his friends were probably not the seasoned grave robbers they claimed to be. They may have obtained a skull through some means, possibly
Oh,
through
shit.
actual grave
Dad.
disturbance.
I think we got an update. There's new planet types.
For what?
Helldivers.
No way.
Look at this. Just fucking lava planet now.
Oh, sweet, dude.
Hey, you wanna watch me
Yeah.
W on this shit?
Absolutely, dude.
So persistently fascinating isn't really the content of the video itself, as disturbing as that content
Huh,
may be.
like the lava.
It's the fact that it represents a kind of mystery that's becoming increasingly rare. It's a genuine artifact from the analog age, a piece of footage that predates the tools we now take for granted for identifying people and verifying claims. There are no digital fingerprints, no metadata to examine, no social media profiles to cross-reference. The video exists almost in isolation, a strange artifact from a time when a teenager could record something deeply weird in a cluttered room and have it circulate on copied tape. Somewhere in the hidden layers of the internet, buried beneath encryption and anonymity, a website once promised something unthinkable.
Fuck
It called
you.
itself Besa Mafia, and it claimed to connect paying customers with professional assassins who carry out hits anywhere in the world. For a fee starting around $5,000 in Bitcoin, users could supposedly order a standard hit on anyone they wanted dead. For $10,000, they could have the attack staged to look like an accident. The site presented itself as an offshoot of Albanian organized crime, complete with a shadowy administrator, user profiles, and a system mimicking legitimate online marketplaces. But here's the thing that makes this story so deeply strange and so deeply disturbing at the same time. It was all a scam. Nobody was ever getting assassinated through Besa Mafia. The hitmen didn't exist. The supposed Albanian mob connections were pure fiction. The entire operation was an elaborate fraud designed to steal Bitcoin from people who genuinely wanted other people dead. And yet, despite being completely fake as a service, the site left a trail of very real destruction, including actual deaths, federal convictions, and shattered lives across multiple countries. The figure at the center of the operation went by the name Euro. Nobody knew his real identity for years, though the broken English in his communication and various digital breadcrumbs pointed toward Eastern Europe, most likely Romania. Euro didn't just run one site. Over the course of several years, he operated a series of hitman for hire platforms under.
I wish I could like hook it up to the TV so you can watch.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
I mean, I can move it now, so I could.
No, that's alright. Don't worry about it. I can see from here.
Each time one was exposed,
I can't full screen for some reason. I don't know why it's bugging me.
Yeah, I can see over your arm just fine.
remarkably cynical and incredibly chill.
Because like when I press F11, it doesn't like full screen.
Browser,
It's
sign
weird.
up, provide details about their intended victim, including photographs, addresses, and daily routines, and then submit a payment. From there, Euro would string them along with excuse after excuse. A common tactic was to claim the assigned hitman had been arrested by police or encountered some complication, then demand additional funds for a replacement. It was a classic con, but one operating in a space so morally compromised that victims of the scam could hardly complain to anyone. After all, you can't exactly file a fraud report when you've been cheated out of money you spent to retain a hitman. What made Besa Mafia especially effective was the effort Europe put into maintaining the illusion. He hired freelancers to run online campaigns boosting the site's visibility. He created websites that simultaneously condemned and promoted the operation, generating a self-reinforcing cycle of online discussion. These websites would report on the absolute travesty of the Besa Mafia and its kingpin Euro, a negative marketing campaign intended to drive marks to his website. He even produced staged proof-of-violence videos to intimidate so-called critics, including one clip showing a car being set on fire with a sign referencing the critic's website. Little did credulous viewers know that he was doing this himself in an effort to make him seem like a powerful underworld figure. Interestingly, when his customers became too insistent that they had been scammed, he fed their names and information to the authorities. He told the authorities this was a public service, but it was really just one more element of his business model. It's also believed that he had hoped to generate uncertainty about who he actually was from local law enforcement. To them, he didn't claim he was an Albanian mafia figure, but something entirely different, and somehow more fear-inducing. He implied that he was connected to various intelligence agencies, and the operation was actually a honeypot to lure in people who wanted to
Yeah, come take a look at this shit.
I'm looking.
much like with Jeffrey Epstein. This
I can see just fine. Push it back forward.
Huh?
Or you can push it back to where it was. I can see great.
Oh, you hear? So what's it called? So for the bug front, there's a planet called Clindath 2.
Right.
Like from Starship Troopers, and we're going there.
Nice.
It looks like the one from the movie.
Right.
And it's gonna have an event where the planet like eclipses and everything turns blue, but it's dark. So you
Right.
could get so you could like launch flares and shit.
Nice.
And it's just gonna be one really huge event. I think you should play for that.
What followed was an escalating conflict between Montero and Europe.
Even to
The site's operator
the
tried to bribe him into taking down his critical posts. When that failed, Europe sent Montero.
See, the shit I hate most about CyberScan is, yeah, is we didn't even get like a cape or nothing.
Right.
You know, like we just got immediately.
Yeah, that's kind of lame.
And what he found there was staggering. Hundreds of real people had submitted orders requesting killings, beatings, kidnappings, and acts of arson. The messages were graphic and disturbingly specific, and they weren't idle fantasies. People had paid real money and provided real details about real targets. Montero began passing information to law enforcement, working alongside Australian journalist and dark web expert Eileen Ormsby, who'd independently gained access to the same data. Ormsby, a lawyer turned investigative writer, had been researching dark web marketplaces for years and recognized the danger immediately. Together, they tried to alert police agencies around the world about the targets on what amounted to a kill list. The response from authorities was frustratingly slow, and many agencies dismissed the information because the site was known to be a scam. The logic seemed to be that if the hitmen were fake, there was nothing to worry about. But that reasoning turned out to be tragically and fatally wrong. But before I talk about that, it's worth mentioning that Montero himself was arrested in 2017 after Europe planted false information online, framing him as the site's actual operator. He spent 2 days in custody before the cops realized their mistake and released him. The most devastating consequence of Besa Mafia's...
Well, the other thing that sucked too is there's no super credits on CyberScan, so you couldn't like.
In February 2000,
No farming.
Someone using the screen name Dog Day God.
Why is it they did no super
Huh?
credits? Why did they do no super credits? You think?
I don't know. See, because the other thing too is like it was kind of rigged, because the whole like reinforcement budget we had for the invasion, it was like galaxy wide. So if somebody else died on the bug front, we took the brunt of that too.
That's
Right? And a lot of people are like, oh, but you can't tell people how to play the game. And it's like, dog, the reinforcement budget counts for all of us. Now we're triple stacked with like fucking debuffs.
Yeah.
Because now, like, it's like, oh, the amount of ammo we use fucking killing on CyberScan. Now we don't have any more ammo. Sorry, guys.
Right.
What is it? That fucking lava to death, never mind. So it's basically like, so now you spawn with 25% less ammo, or
Curiously, the FBI apparently never considered Stephen a suspect.
you know, just lame shit
Like as
that.
a
Or like,
debuff, you do?
yeah, or we have you have -2 reinforcement due to the amount of people that died on CyberScan with the recruitment shortage.
Right.
You know, so it's just like, and it was rigged against us too. Like they gave us like it was just really fucked, and we don't get a cape or nothing.
Right.
His church didn't condone divorce, and he'd taken out a $700,000 life insurance policy on his wife. And yet, last I checked, there's something in the Bible that forbids cheating on your wife, then offering her for a tidy profit. But hey, I'm not a theologian. When his dark web plot failed because the hitman he hired simply didn't exist, he took matters into his own hands. On November 13th, 2016, Stephen drugged Amy with a massive...
Oh, that's nice. My recoilless rifle burned down in the fire.
Then shot her and attempted to stage the scene. The gun was placed near her left hand, though she was right-handed, and there was no residue on her hand. The case unraveled when a computer forensics expert discovered a unique 34-character Bitcoin address found on Stephen's laptop. This was identical to the one Dog Day God had used to pay Besa Mafia, and Stephen Allwine quickly let the police know that he'd been the victim of a sophisticated setup by the real perp. Unsurprisingly, detectives and prosecutors didn't buy this story, and he was clapped in cuffs and eventually put on trial. In January 2018, Stephen Allwine was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, without the possibility of parole. Amy Allwine's killing wasn't the only real-world crime connected to the site, and the full extent of the fallout worldwide isn't known. A Nevada woman named Christy Felkins was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison after paying roughly $5,000 in Bitcoin through Besa Mafia to off her ex-husband. A Minnesota teenager discovered that someone had paid the site thousands of dollars to have her slain, an ordeal that left lasting psychological scars. An American soldier was found dead under suspicious circumstances in 2018 after someone used his computer to order a hit on his stepmother. In a bizarre twist, he allegedly paid the platform $5 in Bitcoin to fill the contract, and it's unclear if he truly believed this would be sufficient for them to do the deed. Disturbingly, unlike Dog Day God, some have theorized that he may have actually been framed, especially given the fact that he sent the equivalent of $5. By 2022, data gathered from Montero's investigation and subsequent law enforcement efforts had contributed to at least 25 arrests, mostly in Romania. The site and its variants had generated an estimated $6.5 million in cryptocurrency over its lifespan. Even after the arrest, it remained unclear whether Yura was a single person who built an operation requiring a team, or whether it had always been a group effort. If there really was a Yura, and this wasn't just a collective name, he's never been apprehended. Some have speculated that he may be located in Moldavia or the breakaway Republic of Transnistria, the latter of which would put him essentially outside the law. In the end, whatever the case, it's clear that there was a very sophisticated organized crime gang behind the Besa Mafia. Hey everyone, it's Jimmy dropping in letting you know how grateful I am that you made it this far in my video. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons and ding that notification bell. Also, don't forget to check out the Patreon or the YouTube membership if you want to support my channel further. Somewhere in South Korea, in a small and cluttered apartment, a woman has been broadcasting her life to the internet for well over 2 decades. She sleeps for extraordinarily long stretches, sometimes upward of 12 or even 20 hours at a time. She holds up handwritten signs in Korean to whoever might be watching, and what they say are deeply concerning. She claims she's being controlled by a corrupt police officer through a microchip implanted in her body. Nobody knows her real name, and nobody has been able to confirm or fully disprove her story, despite her being in the public eye for so long. For the thousands of people who've watched her streams, the mystery of the woman known as Chip Chan remains one of the most haunting puzzles the internet has ever produced. The story begins around 2008, when a user browsing 4chan's paranormal board stumbled across something unsettling during a thread dedicated to finding unsecured webcam feeds. The feed showed a Korean woman lying motionless on the floor of a messy apartment, surrounded by large sheets of paper covered in Korean writing. She didn't move for hours, and many anonymous posters assumed that she was dead. Then, without warning, she sprang to life, quickly hiding behind a stack of handmade signs, as though she knew she was being watched. The user posted the link, and from that moment on, an online community formed around trying to figure out who this woman was.
We're here to celebrate. The first draft of the night, which were a vital part of movie making.
And the countless handwritten signs she held up to the
We're here to celebrate.
A narrative has taken shape. According to Chip Chan,
Holy
the corrupt
shit.
South Korean police officer she refers to only as P implanted a device known as a berry chip into her body, near the cartilage of her ankle. According to the Chip Chan lore, so to speak, this occurred sometime around 2006. A berry chip is a real product, an injectable radio frequency identification microchip originally designed for identification purposes. similar to the kind used to tag pets. Chip Chan, however, claims that the chip implanted in her body goes far beyond simple tracking. She insists that P can use it to control her mind, force her to lose consciousness at will, see through her eyes, and cause skin rashes and outbreaks. She believes that he essentially holds her prisoner in her own home without ever needing to physically be there. However, she has also claimed at other points to have been living this lifestyle since 1996, calling into question the veracity of the entire origin story. She claims that her parents are deceased and left her a large inheritance, which P is allegedly trying to control. This, she said, is his motivation for keeping her captive, and she stated in communications with viewers that she's met P only 2 or 3 times in person. She refuses to reveal his full name or rank, though she has referenced specific names of officers she alleges are connected to his network. She doesn't go to the police because she believes the entire force itself is complicit, and that reporting P would only make things worse. While she used to be a dedicated live streamer, she gradually moved away from the platform, posting on YouTube instead under the channel Mind Control Weapon. Her YouTube channel has been her most active online presence in recent years, and her streaming frequency has declined steadily over time. What viewers have observed over the years paints a troubling picture regardless of which explanation one
I
finds
totally
most
do
plausible.
this.
Chip Chan spends the vast majority of
Hey.
her time either sleeping or sitting
Hey,
at
Bob.
the computer. She sleeps
No.
in unusual and seemingly uncomfortable positions.
Well, for the record stream, I could be an Olympic ice lunger.
Huh?
So do you know what luge is? Like the Olympic sport where you get on the sled and you go sliding down the ice slide.
No, I said that sounds fun as fuck.
It's called a luge,
Uh-huh.
and I could totally do it, dude. I could be an Olympian in that sport, 100%. All it takes is a lack of fear, basically. So you're going like 100 miles an hour on a fucking metal sled. It's super scary. You'd probably die, but that's why I can do it.
Her apartment is filled with the handwritten signs she uses to communicate with the outside world. Translations of these signs have revealed messages that are equal parts desperate, disorienting, and nonsensical. One reads that P has been using a particular technique since 2006, causing her to sleep for 20 hours a day and leaving her terrified of falling asleep. Another describes how the police officer forces her to lose consciousness at any time, which is why she always sleeps sitting in a chair. Other signs ask how anyone could sleep sitting upright every single day, unless they were being forced to lose consciousness against their will. The cameras in her apartment are set up throughout multiple rooms and appear to have been placed there by Chip Chan herself, not by a captor. Early speculation suggested that P had installed the cameras to surveil her, and that the public feed was accidental. As I mentioned, she was originally found through an unsecured webcam that wasn't apparently for public consumption, raising serious concerns that some elements of her story were true. 4chan users initially speculated that someone, perhaps the police officer, had placed this vulnerable woman under 24/7 surveillance against her will. However, it became clear over time that she was fully aware of the camera and also in control of the stream. She used them as her connection to the outside world, her way of proving that she exists and that something is being done to her. Concerned viewers haven't just watched passively, and over the years, multiple individuals and groups have attempted to intervene on Chip's behalf. People from around the world have contacted South Korean police to report what they believed was a woman being held captive. Korean police reportedly stated that they were already aware of her and described her as a mentally ill woman who was a regular nuisance to the department. This response didn't satisfy many of her followers, who felt the police were either dismissing her too quickly or were potentially covering for one of their own, as her narrative suggested. Others have gone further than phone calls and a YouTuber reportedly identified what they believed to be her physical address, though this was never conclusively confirmed. And I do feel like it's necessary to state at this point that no one should engage in any sort of doxing behavior. At least 2 people are believed to have visited her apartment in person regularly over the years. During certain streams, an older couple has been seen briefly appearing on camera, leading to speculation that relatives may be checking in on her or providing some form of care. These glimpses of outside interaction have offered a small measure of reassurance to those who worry about her safety, but they've never been enough to fully resolve the mystery. Several explanations have been proposed over the years, and each carries its own set of problems. The first and most commonly discussed theory is that Chip Chan is suffering from a severe mental illness, most likely paranoid schizophrenia. The belief that a microchip has been implanted in one's body and is being used for surveillance and control is a well-documented delusion. It falls under the umbrella of what researchers and online communities refer to as the targeted individual phenomenon. Tens of thousands of people worldwide reportedly believe they're being monitored and harassed by organized groups or government agencies using advanced technology. Chip Chan's claims align closely with this pattern, and her symptoms are all consistent with untreated psychotic illness. For many observers, this is the most likely and the most heartbreaking explanation. The second theory is that Chip Chan's story is to some degree actually true. The specific claims about mind control via a microchip strain credibility, but the broader elements of her story could be accurate. And it's worth noting that this isn't mutually exclusive, with the idea that she's suffering from a severe form of mental illness. She could be a vulnerable person being exploited by someone in a position of authority for financial gain. She claims to have a significant inheritance, and financial exploitation of isolated individuals is a tale as old as time. The fact that she's moved apartments multiple times over the years,
for buying
while maintaining
meaning,
her streams, suggests she isn't entirely without agency or resources. In fact, it seems to suggest that she may have access to fairly significant wealth, since viewers don't believe her apartments are public housing. The third theory, and the one that generates the most skepticism among those who follow the case closely, is that the entire thing is an elaborate performance art project. Some have even suggested that multiple actresses have played the role of Chip Chan over the years. While not technically impossible, this explanation requires an extraordinary commitment to a deeply obscure piece of art with no apparent commercial payoff. It seems highly unlikely that such a project could be sustained across more than 2 decades. Most serious followers of the case dismiss this theory as lazy speculation that doesn't account for the genuine distress visible in the stream. As of recent years, Chip Chan's streaming activity has become less frequent. The days of continuous 24-hour broadcasts lasting weeks at a time have given way to shorter, more sporadic sessions. Her blog presence has also largely gone dormant, but she hasn't disappeared entirely. She still surfaces on YouTube from time to time, and the community that's formed around her continues to monitor her activity and discuss her situation. At present, her uploads almost entirely consist of highly disturbing and repetitive YouTube shorts. What seems to be certain is that regardless of the circumstances, Chip Chan is a woman suffering from untreated mental illness. Her case remains a deeply human story wrapped inside an internet mystery.
Damn. Look at this, dog.
What?
This is cartel. This is cartel, bro.
Yeah. I think you've been back like 5 pages, dude. You seen the shipping business?
Holy fuck, dog. That's straight up Rainbow Six shit.
Well, niggas are gonna like heat stroke or anything like that. Okay.
Used its fair share of strange rabbit holes over the years. But
He was your size and he came in hard on you.
what began as a simple death announcement on Reddit in the summer of 2009 eventually spiraled into unsolved puzzles. It's one that touches on hidden messages, military life, encrypted communications, and even a real-world assassination. Whether it's all an elaborate hoax or something far more sinister remains an open question to this day. The story starts with a prolific Reddit user called Religion of Peace, who went by the nickname. He created his account back in December of 2007, making him a fair elderly man, claiming at various points to have been born 30 and to be in his own. He described himself as a veteran with a gruff personality and is posting his for that out. He was cantankerous, opinionated, and constantly battling what he perceived as fake. He railed against liberal politics and socialism, promoted atheism, and moderated some of the site's more controversial and disturbing communities. He also regularly promoted his own hosting website, the site he casually referred to as an old man's picture host, a site called LakecityQuietHills.com. On July 17, 2009, a brand new Reddit account with the username 26 and posted an emotional message announcing the U.S. Capitol. The post described him as a new, ornery man with no living relatives and no real friends. According to the poster, Milo had helped him find work after he left his village, and now 26 was handling his final affairs. He mentioned donating some of Milo's belongings to the local VA, giving his cat to a neighbor, the usual things one would expect in this sort of situation. He also planned to get near where his family's farm once stood in Pennsylvania. A couple of days later, he posted a Google Maps showing the location of a small shopping center, claiming it was where the old farm was. The post drew genuine sympathy from dozens of Redditors who've interacted with Milo over the years. A few skeptics called it a hoax, but 26 pushed back angrily before signing off from Reddit for good. Under normal circumstances, that would have been the end of it. The colorful internet person passed away, a friend had said goodbye, and everyone would move on, but curious users couldn't quite. Investigators started digging into the connection between 26 and the Lake City Quiet Hills website, and they quickly thought that they were through the looking glass. They discovered that a user called Angel26 had been posting on Park, a popular news aggregation site, since as early as 2001. The consistent misspellings in Angel26's posts matched those found in 26's Reddit messages, strongly suggesting they were the same person. This user's email address was registered at LakecityQuietHills.com, and their forum signature was particularly striking. It referenced dispensing Lake City Quiet Hills to those in need of permanent rest since 1968. The name itself raised eyebrows. Lake City didn't seem to have any obvious connection to an image hosting website. To connect to something else entirely. The Lake City Army Ammunition Plant is a nearly 4,000-acre government-owned facility in Independence, Missouri. It was established by Remington Arms in 1941 to manufacture small-caliber ammunition for the all-arms ammunition for the American Armed Forces, having operated almost continuously since being established. In ammunition at this facility is well known, and the implication was if Lake City referred to the ammunition plant, Quiet Hills was slang for bullets. This realization prompted more people to look closely at the website's source code, and what they found was deeply unsettling. Hidden within the source code of LakecityQuietHills.com were messages that function as some communication board. On the same day that 26 announced Milo's death on Reddit, A hidden message appeared on the site conveying the same news to an unknown audience, giving away Milo's cat and taking his ashes back to Pennsylvania. Over the following weeks, additional messages appeared, including one in which someone announced they had Milo's iron key. An iron key is a hardware encrypted flash drive, and breaking it means deliberately destroying its data. The implication was that whatever information Milo had stored on that drive needed to be permanent. Then came the messages that really alarmed people. Hidden began appearing that looked remarkably like job postings. They referenced immediate needs for groups of 8 to 10 people who were fluent in specific languages: Farsi, Arabic, and French. They mentioned delivery bonuses, sequester periods, and insurance arrangements described as part of an agreement or contract. To many observers, these looked like recruitment notices for mercenary or private military operations. The mystery took its most dramatic turn in January 2010, when a hidden message on the site invited people to a birthday celebration for Milo. The old man who supposedly died 6 months earlier was apparently having a gathering. The message mentioned a party starting at around 1500 hours and referenced 38 rooms booked at a Marriott. Another message appeared the following day with additional logistical details about key cards and travel names. On January 19, 2010, Mahmoud al-Mabhouh, a senior Hamas military commander responsible for weapons procurement, was assassinated in his room at a hotel in Dubai. According to the Dubai police investigation, al-Mabhouh had been tracked from Damascus by a team of at least 26 operatives carrying forged European passports. He was slain between his arrival at the hotel in the afternoon and approximately 9 in the evening. The operatives had arrived from various cities, spread across multiple hotels, used disposable phones, and paid in cash. Dubai police chief later stated he was nearly certain that Israel's Mossad intelligence agency was responsible and had done a sloppy job. Israel, following its standard practice, neither confirmed nor denied. Internet sleuths immediately noticed that the timing of the hidden messages on the Lake City quiet-filled site seemed to align with the legitimate operation. The party invitation appeared roughly a week before the strike, and the mention of hotel rooms, key cards, and travel felt chillingly operational. For many who'd been following the mystery, this was the moment it stopped feeling like an internet curiosity and started feeling genuinely dangerous. It's important to approach the Dubai connection with serious skepticism, and most level-headed analysts know exactly that. The evidence linking Lake City quiet hills.
Hey, now when does the field trip start? 8:15? Or okay.
Yeah, we gotta be there at 8:15.
Having two events share a similar time frame doesn't establish.
And I'm back at 2.
And the al-Mabhouh operation.
Then I'll pick you up right at 3:45. We can't dilly dally. You gotta come right to the car. Okay.
Got it. No early pickup?
Probably not, but we'll see.
Several alternative explanations have been proposed. Some believe the entire thing was an elaborate alternate reality game, a type of interactive fiction that uses real-world platforms to create immersive puzzles. The level of detail involved, from years of consistent posting across multiple platforms to the carefully planted clues, is potentially consistent with a dedicated ARG. Others have suggested it was simply a hoax designed to generate traffic to the website or to create an internet legend. The fact that Milo is known for his disturbing and dark sense of humor and provocative nature supports this reading in the minds of many people. What argues against the hoax theory, however, is the sheer effort involved. The agency's account so far predates the Reddit mystery by nearly a decade. The consistent spelling errors across platforms a real person rather than a character being performed. The hidden in the code And attracting attention, it didn't lean into the publicity. Instead, the hidden messages stopped. The site was eventually offline, and someone later requested that archived versions be removed from the Wayback Machine. That's not the behavior of someone who wanted attention, and suggests that there may have been something more going on. Lake City Quiet Pills endures as one of the internet's most compelling.
Oh, Lake City Quiet Pills. Funny, I saw a video on my feed earlier about it from Next Pro.
Really fun story to listen to. Think about.
And it's not proven to be a real mercenary operation because the most sensational claim is on coincidence rather than evidence. Somewhere buried in that blur, the actual truth about Milo and the nature of the quiet pills he was allegedly dispensing, waiting to be found. There's a sketch phase that, at some point between 2008 and 2010, probably crossed. It's an unremarkable in many ways.
Arizona's Democratic governor, Katie, go to Republican bills. And clear course, but clear message. The new bill named Fight Unlawful Keep Individual Fuck ICE. That's the name of the bill. That's pretty cool, right?
Uninvited in their dream. The phenomenon was called Did You Ever Dream This Man? And it became one of the most fascinating internet mysteries of the late 2000s. It sparked genuine debates among psychologists, online communities, and media outlets before its true nature was finally revealed. But even after the curtain was pulled back, it didn't end the way anyone expected it to. The narrative presented on the website was a straightforward bizarre. In January 2006, a patient psychiatrist in New York City finished the drawing of a man who'd been in her dreams. She claimed she'd never met anyone who looked like him in her waking life. Kept showing up, offering her unsolicited advice about her personal decisions. She found and couldn't get this figure out of her head. 2 days later, another patient of the same psychiatrist noticed the sketch on his desk and immediately recognized the face. That patient started insisting that the same man had been visiting him in his dreams as well. Intrigued, the psychiatrist forwarded the composite image to colleagues who also treated patients suffering from recurring dreams. Within just a few months, 4 additional patients came forward claiming to recognize the face.
Server I'm part of just post shitty technicals in like the ones out of Mexico look like fucking.
Yeah.
You think cartels are created by the CIA to keep Mexico in a perpetual state of chaos?
Man, lately I don't know what the hell I think anymore. The CIA and the FBI are fucking trouble.
Itself as a neutral clearinghouse for information, inviting visitors to share their own.
I think I've told you about one book that I've read a couple times by Richard K. Morgan, where in the future, company executives like drive. They have like one-on-one races on the highway, in like armored, like armored souped-up cars, And CIA is now just a completely autonomous organization that does that, has all the same shit to do it. And so you need to hit somewhere, you call Langley. You say you want it clean, you want it dirty, you want to wipe the face, you want, precision surgical. Really cool. It's an extremely fun book. And he's a guy that It's the same guy that wrote Altered Carbon, the one that I talk about so much, right? So he did one 3-book series that was less sci-fi and more like sword and sorcery. The main character is gay, so he's a super badass, like sword fighting, one man fucking machine, like across time, just fucking slaying dudes, you know?
Yeah.
But he's a homo, and it adds a totally different twist to it. It's really interesting. But would you agree the best base for a hero is gay? I sent you that text, right?
I think.
Think about
Yeah,
it.
you
Like,
did.
really think about it, dude. It's true, man. Because if not, like, you're gonna get deceived and tricked by the hot chick every time. You know what I mean?
I don't know. But
Every time there's a spy or somebody that needs to infiltrate your plan, they're gonna send in a hottie with big titties, and you're gonna fall for it every time,
see,
dude.
I think green is also a really good base for a protagonist because, like, Master Chief kicks ass, Doom Guy kicks ass, Mortarion from Warhammer
Green,
kicks
you
ass.
said?
Yeah, green.
Luigi from Mario Bros. Ninja Turtles. They're green. All right, so a gay green guy is pretty much the ultimate fucking hero. A gay guy in green.
Yeah, my PC just doesn't full screen for some reason.
Is it just that game?
I don't know. Let me try something else real quick. The planet we're fighting on right now is just called K.
Just K?
Yeah, just K.
Huh.
Another popular theory was what the website itself labeled the daytime recognition theory, which offered a much more drawing on a universal experience that everyone who dreams has had. People have a notoriously difficult time accurately recalling faces from their dreams. After seeing the composite image of this man while awake, individuals might retroactively convince themselves that this was the face they'd encountered while sleeping. The image essentially overrides whatever blurry happened.
Yeah, it's only hell divers. VHBC works fine.
Substituting itself into the memory. Other theories were much more esoteric, with some saying that this man was actually a sort of government dream manipulation experiment. Others proposed that he was a real person with the ability to psychically insert himself into other people's dreams en masse.
I'm stuck on a mission right now where basically you and 2 platoons of DMVs are to take
Right.
And it's like, oh, there might be enemy reinforcement. The mission's pretty easy. There's a lot of shit wrong, but you're in a T-55.
Right.
And then a group of 3 Abrams come strolling in later, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like, they just steamroll you. And it's like Desert Storm. I have no idea how to fucking beat them. Because the Abrams in this game is legit just like
The agency, according to its own
an
description,
unstoppable force of God.
subversive hoaxes and produced unconventional art projects that explored the boundaries of advertising. The connection between the website and the known hoax operation was obviously extremely suspicious, and the connection didn't even take much digging. In 2010, Nutella confirmed the suspicions himself, and he admitted that the entire This Man phenomenon was fabricated. He'd invented the origin story about the New York psychiatrist. He created the composite sketch using a facial composite app called Ultimate. He based the drawing's features loosely on a photograph of his own father as a young man, though he decided to make it much more uncanny. He'd even seeded the legend in various online forums and communities without revealing his involvement. The dream testimonials on the site hadn't been fact-checked before being published, as Nutella himself later acknowledged. They were simply emails sent in by people around the world, presented without verification, and some people evidently sent in dozens of testimonials Notably, given the level of deceit around the phenomenon, most now believe the initial testimonies were also fake, though he never admitted to this. Nutella described the project as an experiment in digital marketing and conceptual art. He wanted to explore how effectively the internet could be used to create and spread modern urban legends and collective myths. He outlined the project as having 3 deliberate phases, all of which leveraged the ability this still relatively new platform had. First, he built an aura of mystery around the sketch, presenting it as a weird phenomenon that was popping up organically. Second, he claims he solicited and curated dream reports from users.
Fucking nuke it, I don't care. Wow.
And encouraged viral shares.
Artillery nuke.
As I mentioned, though,
Good nuke,
there's a strong belief that many of these initial reports were phony, likely intended to drive a certain narrative around this dream figure. Third, he planned to reveal the hoax as a demonstration of collective
Panzer Granata. Schutzenpanzer. Gravitz. Gravitz? I don't know.
He insisted that no underlying commercial product or brand promotion was involved in endeavor as pure experimentation. In early 2010, a horror film production company announced they would be producing a film based upon the concept. The project eventually stalled after Nutella's confirmation of the hoax undermined the premise that there was something real going on, which halted the viral momentum for a time. Initially in 2023, a Nicolas Cage movie called Dream Scenario dropped, which dealt with a professor discovering that people were seeing him in his dreams. What makes this internet mystery true? One clever Italian marketer managed to fool the internet. It's what happened afterward. Even after this was fully exposed, people continued to report dreaming about this man. In 2015, 5 full years after Nutella's confession, Vice Media contacted him for an interview, and Nutella answered questions as though the phenomenon were completely real. Vice published the interview before realizing they'd been fooled, then had to publish a retraction admitting they hadn't performed even the most basic fact-checking. It was theoretically an embarrassing moment for the outlet, though given that it was Vice, I'm sure they felt no shame. And it also proved Nutella's original point. The power of suggestion, combined with the internet's capacity to spread a compelling narrative, could sustain a myth long past its expiration.
Kill that motherfucker now.
At its core, the "did you dream of this man" phenomenon endures because it taps into something genuinely universal. Dreams remain one of the least understood aspects of human consciousness. The idea that a single mysterious figure might be visiting millions of sleeping minds touches on deep anxieties about privacy, autonomy, and the boundaries of the self. The concept revealed how desperately people want mysteries to be real, and how readily the human mind will fill in gaps in its own memory with compelling images. It also showed how a single unremarkable face.
Dude, JoJo, she was so weird.
Why?
Look at this outfit she's wearing. It's seriously the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my entire fucking life, dude.
But the questions his apparent existence
What
raised.
the fuck
Look at that
happened
whole
to this
thing,
bitch?
dude. Look at those shoes. Look at those
The
shoes.
fuck
Those are
is
like
this
chrome.
fit? This
Those are
shit.
silver high top tennis shoes with black socks and jorts.
This fit is fucking atrocious.
With a fucking string necktie,
What
dude.
the fuck
a
is
leather
that
jacket.
fit?
Like what the? Look at those shoes,
What the
dude.
fuck? What happened
is
to
she
this
doing?
bitch? What even happened to her? She trans now?
I don't know, dude.
Trans tart?
Maybe it's more than just talking about store of value. It's what
We need a positive thing.
I'm building a state feature. I'm bringing it back.
But what if they're wrong? I've been working with a small team to investigate SafeMoon for almost a year now, and what we've uncovered is shocking. Secret payments. I believe you got to pay off. Deleted evidence.
It's a true FBI operation. You redacted everything.
And hundreds of millions of dollars that
Motherfucker.
appears to have been stolen, proven on the blockchain. Welcome to the $10 million studio. I'm your host, CoffeeZilla. Let's get into it. Are you sure this is smart? I mean, this isn't the small fries you used to go after. Yeah, I know. This is $1 billion company. I know. You're
Bolan ka man.
people of actual crimes. Look, I know. Do you? Do you know? There's risks to messing with money like this. This isn't a game anymore.
Okay, fine. And you really think it's so irresponsible of me? How about we flip for it? As I go through with the video, tails, I don't.
This is a story of greed, bad financial decisions, and somehow Gambian wind farms. The creators of SafeMoon are now being sued and investigated by the FBI. But before we get to that, we have to discuss how did this all start? Who creates like SafeMoon? Was it a crypto mastermind?
All right, so 10 o'clock. So can we log off within the next hour?
Yeah, I'm gonna finish this mission. Go lay down.
Other than he trusts the government and thinks they're a bunch of criminals, which I don't know, fair enough, I guess. But Kyle's not going to complain about it like most people. And I think he decided at some point, if you can't beat him, you might as well join him. And he decides getting into crypto is the perfect way to start redistributing some of that wealth back to himself. And that's when he starts making a bunch of coins like "Give me your money" token. Really classy stuff, you know. But for some reason, this really wasn't working out for him until Kyle found something called B. Now, when Kyle invested in B token, he liked that it had a special property, a 5% tax on every transaction, which was then split into two parts. 3% was added back to the liquidity, and 2% was distributed to all the holders of B, which just encouraged people not to sell. You just held and made money. And Kyle liked this idea a lot, which is why soon after he copied the code and launched it himself, but with a few changes. He raised the tax to 10%, and he changed the name to something a lot more catchy. He called it SafeMoon. And he promised everyone from the beginning, no work is possible. Join us on our journey safely to the moon. Now, just so you understand, in the world of meme coins, SafeMoon basically translates to easy money, safe money. It's like
All right. Good night, stream.
cheese on the world's most
Oh shit.
which is why, of course,
Oh
everyone
shit.